Your first memory of the new world is the quiet, not the soft quiet of snowfall or the comforting hush after a long day, but a weird, hollow stillness that makes your ears ring because they're waiting for sounds that no longer come cartwheels. The blacksmith's hammer, the sing-song of the bread seller. This is England, late spring in the decade after the Great Dying, and you wake on a straw tick that pricks your calves through a threadbare sheet and realize the rooster crowed twice. The sun is already a few fingers above the thatch line, and nobody has shouted you out of bed. No mother, no father, no neighbors banging on the door to borrow the iron pot. Just the wind pressing at the shutter like a stranger deciding whether to knock. You push the latch. The street is not empty, just thinned. A single dog noses through refuse that used to be hauled away at dawn because there were hands to do it. Mist lifts off the common, turning the dewy grass into a silver pelt. Beyond it, the church spire still lifts its finger at the sky like a warning, though even God's house has a gap where a roof slate slid free last winter and never got replaced. Everyone you know is a fraction. The cooper used to be a family. Now he's a man with a cough and a daughter who won't talk. The miller was a loud laugh and a barrel chest. Now he's a board nailed to a cross at the edge of the yard and a widow who keeps her veil down even when no one's around. You are a fraction to apprentice without a master, child without a home to be a child in, but you're breathing. In this village, in this year, breath is a kind of coin down by the well. A boy named Hugh stands with his hands stuffed in his belt like he's holding himself together. He was a shepherd before the flocks wandered into someone else's field and forgot their own names. You hear? He asks, not looking at you. Lord Steward says they'll pay men to clear the East Meadow. 2 pence, maybe 3. He says it like the number could be a miracle. Before the pestilence, a day's coin for a villager was whatever the Lord decided. After, the Lord needs hands, and hands are scarce. Scarcity makes its own laws. You and Hugh walk the ridge path where the soil goes soft with the buried dead. People pretend not to see the way the ground sinks in an even pattern there, the way grass grows thicker, the way foxes avoid it. You pass the hut that belonged to old Alice, who used to tell you stories of saints and river spirits, and you try not to look, because an open door is a kind of mouth, and all the empty houses are hungry, now hungry for feet, for voices, for smoke in their chimneys, again at the meadow. 4 men and a woman you recognize by her stride, the tanner's widow, Agnes Waite, near a wagon of ash silverseed. Sir Rowan's steward, a pinched man in a furred cap he didn't earn, reads off terms in a thin voice. Turn the sod, pull the stumps, level ruts, refence the ditch before Michaelmas. Coin on Saturday. Bread and small beer at noon. His eyes sweep across you all like your tools lined on a bench. Take it or not. Others will wear. Agnes says, polite as a knife, where are these others? Her sleeves are rolled. Her forearms show old cuts and new scabs, the alphabet of survival written on skin. The steward doesn't answer. He can't. There aren't others. Not enough of them, anyway. The silence that follows belongs to the living. You say yes. You say yes because your belly is a tight drum and because your father's all rescued. From the ashes of a fire you didn't start, sits on the table at home like a promise that needs feeding. You say yes because you have already learned the cruel math of grief, that loving the dead does not feed the living. You spend the morning turning earth with a borrowed mattock whose handle has been sweat-salted by 100 hands before yours. Every thrust makes the meadow grunt, Worms twist like punctuation marks in sentences you don't yet know how to read. Hugh works beside you with a reckless speed that looks like hope and feels like danger. He burns through his strength too quick. He'll have nothing left by afternoon. And hunger doesn't care about a man's feelings. At noon, you sit on a stump and eat the steward's bread. It's grey and coarse and perfect. You close your eyes after the first swallow because it's the kind of goodness that hurts. Agnes passes the small beer in a clay mug with a chip shaped like a crescent moon. You work clean, she says to you, and the approval blooms under your ribs like a secret fire. Come by the tannery tomorrow. I've hides enough for 5, hands for 2. I'll pay better than this one. She jerks her chin at the steward, who pretends not to hear. The tannery lives where no one wants to downwind of everything. The water there runs with a film the color of old coins. Buckets of stale urine crouch like squat sentries by the door. The first hour is all smell. It presses through your nose and sets up a house behind your eyes. But then work begins to sort the world into knowable things. A hide is a problem with a solution. A blade is a question with an answer. Agnes teaches with her hands, not her mouth. Here, she says, and guides your grip until the motion becomes yours. There, she says, pointing to a place your eye has to learn, where fat lies thin as a lie and the blade must skim, not bite. You nick your thumb and bleed, and she nods like that's a right, not a mistake. Lever remembers the hand, she says later, holding a finished strap to the light. Treat it mean, and it'll split when you need it most. Treat it like a beast that carried you through a river, and it'll carry you again, in the yard. A peddler with a chest of wonders sings a soft market song. Pins for your cap, thimbles for your thumb, ribbons for the brave, needles for the numb. He lays out things that shouldn't exist in a village that only recently remembered how to breathe silver spoons. A brass buckle with a lion's head, a length of linen fine enough to pull through a ring. From houses nobody sleeps in, he says, too casually. The truth scratches like wool. The plague redistributed more than sorrow. It emptied coffers along with cradles. The dead don't bargain. The living do. You trade a strap for the peddler's traveling sack needs mending for a tiny wooden comb. Not because you need it, because once your mother dragged a comb through your hair and scolded you for burrs. And owning a comb feels like asking the past to sit with you a minute. When you turn away, you see Hugh watching the brass buckle like a man watches bread. Take it, the peddler says, low. Hide it. Pay me when coin finds you. Debt is a new language here, and Hugh learns it with a nod. That night, the village gathers for the first time in months. Not for mourning, but for choosing work crews, wardens to keep watch at the road. A woman to keep tally of the grain so none vanishes by miracle into the steward's shed. The priest is new and young, a quick study who learned to say mass fast because there was no one left to say it slow. He opens with a prayer and closes it with a cough he tries to pretend is nothing. You meet eyes with Agnes. You both know the list of things that are nothing and the cost they carry. When the talk turns to wages, nobody looks at the floor anymore. Old Thomas, who used to doff his cap so quick his hair grew in a permanent part, crosses his arms and says, 8 pence for ditching. 12 for roofing the manor's barn. If the Lord wants wheat, he can pay for the weather. People laugh in the way laughter sometimes equals agreement. The steward opens his mouth, but the noise swallows his words. Authority used to be a cloak. Now it's a shirt too tight to move in. After an hour of back and forth coin and kind, winter fuel versus summer ale. Meat rations when the herd's cavu walk out into the dark with the first real thing that feels like tomorrow. Terms set by living tongues, not by a dead order's echo. Days find a rhythm. Morning at the tannery. Afternoon on the east meadow when the steward's bread looks less like charity and more like part of a contract he didn't choose. Your hands blister and then harden. The stink becomes story. Ah, there goes the leather lot. People say, pinching their noses and grinning because they want your straps and belts and, later, shoes. Skills are a new kind of currency. The only tender that doesn't rot in a damp chest. One market day, a rider comes in with a letter. From the town ink wobbling where the hand hesitated over a word. Guilds taking on new blood, it says, like the sentence is trying not to look too eager. Weavers, tanners, smiths, terms shortened, fees reduced. You read it by the ale fire with Agnes sounding the words you don't know. The letters dance and then sit still. Apprenticeships used to be 7 years, she says. Now they're 3 some places. Or less, if your hands are quick. She says it like an invitation, like a dare you could go. You could take the lane east, the Roman road south, the ferry over the brown-veined river, and stand in front of a master with your palms up like a beggar and a craftsman both. The thought is a drum in your chest. Hugh says he'll go north to the wool towns where merchant talk has the sparkle of spilled grain. They say, a man can name his price. He breathes like he's reciting a psalm. They say, bakers put sugar on bread now. You don't even know what that means. Sugar on bread, but the words taste like the future. Before you decide, there is a burial. There are always burials, just smaller ones now. Not the desperate trench pits of the plague years, but proper holes with proper words. This one is for a woman who lived through the pestilence only to slip on the icy lane and crack her head on a stone that remembers everything. Half the village turns out with candles cupped in hands, rough as bark. The young priest speaks simply. No bargains with heaven, no thunder borrowed from a book. We were spared for a reason, he says, and the phrase makes something spark and catch. Not spared because you deserved it. Not spared because the wind liked your house best. Spared to do something, to change something, to build something. It's a dangerous thought. It's a holy one, too. In the weeks that follow, you see the first signs that after might mean more than surviving. A mason with a limp teaches boys to set a true cornerstone. The widow with twins takes over the bake oven on Tuesdays because the old baker's son has a drink that eats him from the inside out. The church roof gets patched not by pressed men, but by neighbors who bargain for wages and ale and a feast at the end. Someone hangs a small bell by the well, not for prayer but for warning. 3 quick rings if strangers come in with fever. 1 long ring if a child is missing at dusk. A pattern you can tap on a tabletop when your mouth is full or your hands are, and still be heard. Agnes draws a shape on the tannery's table one evening with the wet tip of her glover, curved like a half moon with teeth. Lasting, she says. A stitch to bind edge to edge so a boot doesn't split when a man runs. City folk pay double for souls that don't fail. She looks up through the steam of the lime vat. Will you learn it or leave it? The question has more in it than thread. You don't sleep much that night. The thatch whispers. Mice make a language out of their feet. You think about the guild letter, about the market where grown men argue without fear, about the steward who is learning that a dipped head doesn't automatically open a door anymore. You think about the comb in your pouch, the way it catches at the nape where your mother once did, and you understand something both cruel and kind. The past is a house with a door you can visit but cannot live in. When the east sky goes pale like old vellum, you make your choice. At dawn, you stand where the road splits, one track toward town, one toward the tannery. Your feet find the tannery path, not because the town isn't calling, it is, but because something in you knows that before you carry your craft into the larger world, you want to own it, not as a borrower, as a maker. You swing the tannery door wide, and the smell hits like a wall, and then becomes a room again. Agnes doesn't look up. She knew. She hands you a curved oar. Every stitch you make writes your name where someone will never see it, she says. That's the trick of this work. Hidden signatures. By midday, your fingers know the new rhythm. By dusk, your palm knows the weight of coin you negotiated yourself, more than the steward's meadow, less than the guild promised, exactly enough to feel like you earned it. On the way home, you pass the ridge where the ground sags in tidy lines, like the many pages of a closed book. You tip the comb out of your pouch and run it once through your hair, slow. We remember you, you whisper. Not sure if you mean your family or the town before, or the person you were when waking meant someone else's call. Maybe all of them. The wind presses the shutter again that night, but it sounds different now, less like a stranger, more like weather. You sleep. The next morning, the bell by the well rings 3 quick notes that make your bones hum. Strangers at the edge of the lane. The village gathers and holds distance, like they've been practicing, because they have. 2 riders wait in the hedgerow shade with a wagon under canvas, the wheels crusted with old mud from roads you've never seen. The taller one lifts the cloth, not barley, not salt. Hides good ones, fat with promise. We hear you've hands, he says. We pay fair and fast. Agnes steps forward, smiling with only half her mouth. We hear lots of things, she answers. Come, have bread. Then show us your coin. Bargains begin. Futures adjust themselves like shirts on new shoulders. And the day moves on, not as a mercy, not as a threat, but as an invitation. This is how it starts, not with a trumpet, not with a decree stamped in wax, but with quiet decisions that stack like bricks. A wage asked out loud, a stitch learned, a bell hung, a comb kept, a door opened to strangers but not too wide. The world after the Black Death doesn't arrive all at once. It grows, stubborn and green, in the scraped places, and you fraction no more. Part of its math, the bell by the well becomes the village's pulse. Morning, 1 clean strike for water cart coming in from the river road. Midday, 2 brisk peels for bread pulled from the communal oven. Evening, a soft triple pattern, the home weave, meaning shutters now, coals banked, strangers discouraged. Not law, exactly, nobody wrote it down, but something sturdier, agreement. You'd be surprised how much a place can change when people learn the same small songs. Work. At the tannery thickens like stew left too long on the fire. Word travels faster than a horse on a good road. There's leather to be had in your village, and the leather holds. Carter straps that don't give in rain. Scabbards that don't split when riders swing down hard. Souls that last beyond one season's stones. Agnes says quality is a kind of sermon. Preach it steady and the faithful arrive. They do. First, a brewer from 2 parishes overbrings 3 hides and leaves a keg. Then a guildsman's nephew from the market town arrives, with a wagon under canvas and a ledger so tidy you could eat off it. We've over time orders, he admits, sheepish and proud at once. Half our men dead, half the rest learning on the job. We heard about your lasting stitch. The ledger makes you nervous. It's not fear of numbers. It's fear of ink that holds you to a line, the way ropes hold a ship. Agnes reads it, scratches a counteroffer that would have been blasphemy 3 years ago, and presses the page back with a thumb that smells faintly of oak bark. We'll do 50 this month, she says. At this rate, he balks. She waits. The silence feels like a stretched throng between two posts, danger of snapping, promise of strength. He nods. You've seen deals made with tears and shouting. This one is made with a breath. You'd think the steward would hate all this. He does, a little. Once or twice he sends his lookers-on to count wagons and make notes on who visits whom, as if a list of names can reverse the direction of a river. But even he can tell the village found a rhythm that makes grain piles taller. He keeps his nettles to himself for now. Hugh, meanwhile, is restless. He comes by at dusk to sit on the tannery stoop and watch you oil a finished pair of boots until the leather drinks its fill. The brass buckle from the peddler glints at his belt. He managed to pay for it with carting jobs and 2 days digging a ditch so straight the headman took boys to admire it like a saint's bone. They're paying 12 a day in the wall towns, he says without hello, as if your stoop were a ledger and you're the one balancing his accounts. 17 if you can tally bales without losing count. He taps his temple. I can tally, he can. He counts like a shepherd, not just numbers, but shapes. The way 7 men and 2 lads fill a wagon versus 6 men and 3 good-humored women who outwork men by noon. Go. You tell him before the word sours in his mouth. But tell your mother where. He bristles, then laughs. You sound like Agnes. Agnes does not laugh when he tells her, only measures him with her butcher's daughter eye. Take bread enough for 3 days, she says, and don't sleep in doorways where men step over you. Sleep against a wall where the candle light from the tavern reaches and your back feels stone. She produces a small oar from somewhere as if the air itself were a pocket hand, pushes it into Hugh's palm. Not for stabbing, she says, for punching holes in a chance. He doesn't understand the blessing until a week later. The village keeps breathing. Roofers finish the church repairs with a flourisher's small carved face tucked under the eave that looks suspiciously like the steward with his mouth open, forever drinking rain. The bakehouse changes hands on Tuesdays and Fridays, a rotation system that lets widows keep coin and bread in equal measure. The headman's niece starts a sharing table by the well. If you have too much of something that spoils, you leave it. If you have too little, you take. The first week, the steward sneers. The second, he takes an onion. The third, he leaves one. You learn a dozen new ways to see the same skin. Agnes makes you scrape with your weaker hand until it stops being weak. She shows you how to listen to the blade. There's a different music when you hit gristle versus gold. Geometry, she mutters. Not like a scholar, but like a woman who learned triangles by watching roofs stand up or fall. Curves hold. Angles cut. Marry them right and you get forever. Not forever, it turns out. In mid-harvest, a sheriff rides in with 3 men whose armor shines like someone polished yesterday and whose faces look like they have never gone to bed with hunger buzzing their teeth. The bell rings, 1 slow, 2 quick, the listen hard. The sheriff reads from a scroll with edges greased by many hands. By order of the King's Council, all laborers, servants, and craftsmen shall accept the same wages as were paid in the 20th year of our sovereign's reign. Any person refusing work at the lawful wage shall be committed to the jail. His voice tries to be brass. It's tin asterisk. At first there's only wind. Then Tom, the ditcher whose back looks like a map of his life, makes a sound that isn't a laugh and isn't a cough. In the 20th year, he says, my brother was alive. He doesn't say the rest. He doesn't have to. There were 2 of them then to do the work of 4. Now there's 1 to do the work of 6. The sheriff clears his throat. The realm must be protected from vice and idleness, he says, as if the words tasted like honey at court and turned to vinegar on the road. Wages breed insolence. Starvation breeds theft, Agnes answers, not raising her voice, which makes people listen harder. Decide which sin you prefer. The sheriff's hand drops to his belt. Not the sword. The purse. The cowards in back copy him as if hands can learn fear through mimicry. He has horses. He has authority. He does not have enough men to fight a village that knows how to hold each other's gaze without flinching. They don't fight. They do something worse. They leave behind 2 clerks and an order for the guilds to keep wage books and for parish priests to make lists of able-bodied men, women, and youths. Count the living. Price them like sheep. Bless it with ink and a seal. The new priest looks sick. He's been burying more parchment lately than people. The next month tastes of ash. Wages fall on paper. On paper, too, promises multiply. In addition to the legal wage, says a farmer with eyes like stormwater. I will supply turnips enough for a family of 4. In addition, offers a miller whose hands never quite come clean. I will repair your door before winter. In addition, says the steward, straining to sound generous, the Lord has no objection to timber gathering in the East Copse, where he never wanted anyone anyway. On paper, the old order reasserts itself. In kitchens and lanes, the new bargains thread through like invisible twine that holds a Powell barrel together. The law knows about twine. It starts to cut. 2 men are put in the stocks in a market town a day's walk south for demanding 11 pence to mend the town bridge. Their feet swell. Children throw apple cores. Some adults turn their backs and weep, because that's safer than aiding. The priest visits and reads from a psalm that sounds like a lullaby for stubborn people. They that sow in tears, he says, voice steady, shall reap in joy. He says it to the men. He says it to the watching boys who swallow the scene like medicine and decide they dislike its taste enough to do something about it later. Here's the thing, the sheriffs forget. People who learn to negotiate do not unlearn it because a far city says they must. They change forms. Cash becomes barter. Wages become gifts. Sacks of grain become thanks. The markets learn to waltz around the ink. At first you hate the dance. You like numbers that add up and lines that end where they're supposed to. But then you see a widow trade 3 days of washing for a roof patch that stops her child's cough. A boy swaps 6 rabbits for a second-hand cloak. His father's father would never have touched because it belonged to a man above his station. Agnes accept a handsome pewter mug in lieu of coin and then pass it to the church because the priest's chalice cracked last winter and nobody wants to drink. God out of a seam, Hugh returns in early frost with a bandage running from ear to collarbone, a grin, and a sack that you accuse him of being an idiot and hug him so hard he wheezes. A man tried to take my bag, he explains, sitting on your stoop like he never left, and I used your all the way the tinker showed me. The way I told you not to, you correct. I didn't stab him, he says, affronted. I stab the bag. Holes scare thieves. They understand water and coin both like to run. He pours the sack on the table, farthings, halfpennies, 2 silver pennies, and a coin so foreign the king's face looks like a fish. He tells stories until the candle eats itself, of wool tallies shouted over the clatter of looms, of women running shuttles so fast their hands blur, of a guildmaster who wept when Hugh showed him how to track the day's output with scratches that beamed sense into chaos. They taught me to write a little, he adds, too casual. He scratches your name well, the sound of it on a scrap. It looks like a crooked fence. It looks like a door. You write it to, the next day. With the priest's help trung between your teeth like a child. One letter, then the next. Your name becomes more than breath. It becomes a mark. Something to leave on the underside of a saddle strap. Something to carve with the point of your awl in the dark beam where children hide during sudden thunderstorms. Something to press on a life. Winter writes itself on everyone. It knits old bones to new aches. It finds the holes in thatch. It asks what you saved when the wheat was patient and what you can live without when it isn't. The bell by the well rings, lest fewer strangers brave the cold butt when it does ring. People lean into the doorframe and listen like they're checking their own hearts. One night it rings the keep-away pattern you haven't heard in months. A rider sits a thin horse at the edge of the green, face muffled, hat pulled low, skin the color of sickness that decided to take its time. The headman steps out with a lantern and stops 6 paces short. Speak your errand, he calls. From the south, the man answers, voice like broken straw. Town of St. Merit, fever there. We've shut our gates. I came to warn North parishes. The priest appears in his leather and glass bird, mask that makes him look like a bad dream and a good idea at the same time. People have stopped laughing at it. The man drinks vinegar water from a ladle held out on a pole. He leaves a letter weighed with a stone, and the headman burns the string after he unties it. The bell rings once, low safe. You sleep without dreams and wake with resolve. Resolve looks like things you wouldn't name heroic if you put them on a line. But together they sketch a different village than the one that woke you with silence months ago. It looks like a girl Ross who lost 2 fingers to frostbite last year, learning to handle a shuttle without the missing digits and cursing cheerfully when the thread snarls. It looks like the steward showing up to the sharing table with a basket of late apples without a speech. It looks like Agnes handing you the tannery keys on a morning when her hands shake more than usual. Only for a week, she lies. Just while I rest my bones, you take them like sacrament. By nightfall, you have learned what leadership actually is. Sweeping first, locking last, listening more than you talk, and deciding where to put your back when the wall starts to lean. And then because any story that promises after must make room for the world to push, back there's a summons you can't ignore. The guild letter you answered months ago yields an invitation you didn't expect. A trial day in the market town's tannery proper. Not a shed by a stream, but a 3-vat operation with a roof higher than some chapels. Bring a sample, the letter says, with a neat flourish you can't help admire. You and Agnes argue without raising voices. Go, she says. Bring back what we can use. Stay, you say. We are using what we have. Hugh, for once, is silent. The priest clears his throat. A village is not a wall, he says, it's a web. It holds better when it's tied to other posts. You go, asterisk, The road to town is a page with old writing and new corrections. You pass a field sown before the plague and left to seed itself into something wild and useful. You pass a manor where the Lord's daughter oversees men with the ease of a hawk among doves because she learned when nobody else could. You pass a gallows with nobody on it today and thank God in a quiet voice that doesn't need a church. At the town gate, the keeper holds a cloth steeped in vinegar and asks questions you've learned to respect. Where from? How many in your household? Any cough? You stand aside willingly while he looks at the color of your tongue like he can read whether there. You think about how, years ago, such questions would have felt like insult. Now they feel like care. Inside, the town hums at a different pitch. Stalls push shoulder to shoulder. Tools you've only heard about lie on tables like sleeping animals. A boy your age once then, younger now, runs with a tray of pies and doesn't trip even though his hat is ridiculous. You find the tannery by your nose and by the squeal of a pulley that needs oil. The master is a thin woman with a scar that makes one eyebrow lift even when she's calm. I'm called May, she says. I hear you've found a way to hold a seam that doesn't split when a man puts all his sins on it. You hand her your sample. She turns it, smells it, pulls hard enough to white-knuckle the leather. It holds. She grunts the way a mason does when a corner sits true. You want a bench for a season? She asks. You'll teach us the stitch. We'll teach you the trade's city half. Coin is fair. Terms, too. She eyes your shoulders. You'll work. In another world, a different you would have said yes before she finished the sentence. In this world, you say, I'll come for 6 weeks. Then I go home. May's eyebrow does its permanent trick. Village folk, she says, like a diagnosis and a compliment. Fine, but understand town work runs on bells you don't ring. You learn town bells. They're faster. They forgive less. The vats are deeper, the hides heavier, the customers noisier. You learn to scratch your name where the ledger says, not just where the strap hides it. You learn how to argue with men who think no is a game and with women who learned to turn their yes into a bargaining chip sharper than a blade. You learn a new curse or 3 and a new blessing to the way fresh bread smells when the baker insists. You take a loaf home because your hand saved his best harness from failing on the road to the mill. You sleep on a pallet in a corner that looks west. At dusk, you can almost convince yourself that the orange smudge is your village fire and not someone else's sunset. On your second to last day, a boy comes in with a message that tastes like iron. There's trouble on the river road, he pants. Sheriff's men pulling people for refusing work at the old pay. Your benchmates freeze mid-motion. May's scar lifts. She sets her tool down like it's glass. Close, she says. We know this dance. The tannery doors bar. The boys disappear to pass word down the ally shoemakers first, then coopers. Then the women who sell boiled sweets and gossip with equal profit. An hour later, the sheriff's men pass the alley with their shoulders pinched to look like they own a world none of them built. Nobody meets their eye. Nobody spits, either. The town has learned there's more than one way to make a man feel small. You leave at dawn the next morning with a purse that feels honest and a head full of city hearth. You also leave with something bigger than technique. The knowledge that the after you're building is not just a village thing. It's a network. Market to manor to parish. Thread to hide to shoe to road. Law to work around to new law. When you crest the last hill and see the crooked thatch line of home, You feel the familiar pull under your ribs that some people mistake for fear, but is really love with work clothes on. The bell by the well rings once when you step onto the green. Someone saw you on the ridge and decided the whole village would want to know before your feet found the square. Agnes meets you halfway. She doesn't hug. She never hugs. She squeezes your elbow hard enough to fix a fence. Well, she asks. You grin. We're not alone. Of course not, she says, and the half-smile tucks itself into the scar by her mouth. We never were. We only forgot how to say so. That night you sit by your hearth, modest one, stone set firm by a mason who got paid with a pair of boots no king could afford before, and a sack of barley, and tell what you learned. You draw the shape of a pulley and a way to sew that saves thread. You explain how a guild mark can be shield and trap, and how to hold it so it's more shield than trap. You show Ross how to set a line using charcoal and a cord. You showed the headman how to write the village name in a way that might one day sit on a barrel shipped further than anyone's uncle has ever travelled. Hugh listens with his feet twitching like he's already walking to the next place. The priest pours ale and says, quietly, "This is what winning looks like. Not banners, not speeches. Knowledge crossing a threshold and taking off its shoes like a friend. When the bell rings, the market pattern at dawn. You're already up, already lacing a shoe that won't split. Already thinking about the next part of the web you'll tie. The sheriff can read whatever he wants from his scroll. You've learned a different script, written in hands, stitched in hides, counted in loaves, traded in favors, paid in futures. It's not legal in London. It's lawful here. Tomorrow will bring another summons, another bargain, another grief you can't yet see. That's the price of hands in a world that suddenly needs them. You pay it. You pocket the change, a village with a pulse, a trade with a name, a life that points forward instead of back. The first frost paints the edges of everything like a scribe testing a new quill-white ink on black bark. Thin lines along the thatch, silver breath from the oxen's nostrils. The cold clarifies sounds. The bell by the well is a bright coin tossed into morning. The river is a steel ribbon. The tannery vats knock and answer like slow drums. Winter used to mean narrowing doors shut, heads down, hunger sharpening like a knife you could hear being honed in your sleep. This year it means something else, consolidation. What the village guessed in summer, it decides in winter. What you tried in autumn becomes practice. Practice begins with washing, not the ritual kind that makes priests nod, but the stubborn kind that makes fleas and filth less interested in staying. Agnes, who hates preaching unless she can back it with a tool, invents a chore chart without calling it that. Every household keeps a bucket by the door. Soap is made on a common day once a fortnight, and once a week a pair of teenagers walks the lanes with a board and charcoal, ticking off watered sweeping and linen boiled. The first week the steward smirks and mutters about women's fussing. The second week he borrows a cake of soap. The third week his thin winter cough loses its bite. People notice. Hygiene becomes a currency you pay forward. The bell becomes more than signal. It becomes law. Not London law, the sort that arrives with wax curls and men who think swords are punctuation, but a local grammar of survival. You and Ross and the priest scratch its rules on a smoothed plank and hang it where everyone passes twice a day. You call it nothing? The children call it something. The charter of the bell. Charter of the bell spoken, not bound. One, when the bell rings, keep away, you keep away. Mercy isn't fetching a bucket for a feverish stranger. Mercy is not letting your niece bury her whole row. 2. Mark sick houses with white cloth. Not shame warning. We do not punish a cough. We punish a closed mouth. 3. Share water. Don't share cups. 4. Wash hands after market, after barn, before bread. 5. Quarantine travelers 3 days. Feed them at the boundary. 6. The sharing table is never empty 2 days running. If it is, the headman knocks your shutter before dawn with a list and a look. 7. No hiding grain in the thatch. We are not mice. Children memorize it as a game, clapping the beats into their palms. Old men memorize it because old men become young when they find a new reason to live. The new priest engraves it under his breath during Mass, slipping Rule 3 between the Kyrie and the sermon like a secret folded into a loaf. The bell rings, and the village obeys itself. The sheriff hates that. He returns. This one different from the last. The crown keeps swapping them, as if they can ride faster than reality. He brings 5 men and a clerk with a nose so sharp you're sure he could cut sausage with it. They come not because of wages this time, but because of news. In the wool towns a fight over pay spilled into a riot. A Guildhall's doors were ripped off their hinges. Someone put a painted sign over the arch that read, in crooked letters, nitrogen monoxide, more master thieves. The clerk flinches when he says it, as if words can reach out and make a man blush. We are to ensure order, the sheriff says, climbing onto the stone block by the well like a man mounting a skittish horse. Henceforth, gatherings are limited to worship, and the markets permitted by the manor. The bell will ring only by the steward's leave. You feel it then, the thin place between quiet and outrage, how quickly a world you built in small motions can be unstitched by one sentence. Agnes's jaw goes tight enough to crack stone. The priest's hands disappear into his robe and reappear empty. You know he wanted to point, and remembered in time that pointing at a man with swords makes swords think they're being spoken. 2. We keep the bell, you say not loud, but with the same voice you use when instructing a boy where to set a stitch that will fail if he ignores you. We keep the bell because it kept us. The sheriff slides a look to the steward, who wishes he were anywhere else. The clerk opens a book, licks his finger, frowns at the damp taste of winter air on parchment. Write their names, the sheriff says without looking, and the clerk writes yours first because yours is the only one he knows how to spell. You taught the priest to write it clear for the tax roll so they would stop calling. You, John, under the hill, improvements, have a way of circling back teeth first. There is an old wisdom about mobs and a newer one about communities. Mobs need a spark. Communities need a reason. The sheriff provides both. It is not violent. It is not even loud. It looks like this. Men and women take one step closer to the well. Not quite a circle, not quite a wall, and the men with swords realized they would have to push through bodies to touch the rope. No one carries weapons. No one spits. Ross tilts her head like a falcon sizing a rabbit. Hugh, who cannot help himself, grins as if he's watching a street show. The priest says, "Sheriff," and nothing more. But the word lands with the weight of a prayer and a warning together. The sheriff blinks and he's not a fool. He is paid to keep the roads safe for taxes, not to die on a winter's day in a village where the ale is better than the court's wine. Very well, he says at last, as if yielding were his idea. The bell may ring for sickness and fire. but not for market or muster. He looks right at you. Ring it for insolence, and I'll take it, and the hands that pulled it, when they ride away. The village exhales like it's been submerged and found air. People cluster without seeming to, like iron filings hunting a magnet. You want to hoot your victory, but Agnes speaks first. We won nothing, she says. We bought time. Spend it. You spend it like misers spend coin, on necessities that look like luxuries when they're missing. You and the priest start a night school in the bakehouse 2 evenings a week. Men, women, children, anyone who can hold chalk. You start with the alphabet and end with sums that make the steward's eyes narrow when he realizes a widow can now count her. Measure and call him short without raising her voice. The first word most people ask to write is their name. The second is O. The third is OWN. The difference between those two is a country unto itself at the tannery. Your hands make knowledge quick. May from the town sends a boy with a pulley and a letter that says only for your roof, and your bell rope if they get ideas. You answer with a strap so perfect it feels like you're apologizing to the cow you took it from. The town and the village are tethered now in more than trade. You can feel the tug through winter like a kite line. Meanwhile, wealth behaves like water in a civet, runs to the holes and pools there. Holes appear in places no one expected. A barrel maker whose sons died inherits an uncle's strip of good river field and discovers the river is easier to argue with than grief. A girl who was supposed to marry a man of 50 can now choose. Because the 50-year-old is fighting a court case about land he thought he owned, and the 23-year-old, who makes mill-wheel pegs like miracles, offered her a share of a cottage instead of a dowry. Up the lane, the manor's barn is rebuilt with a stone foundation and wider doors. The young lord argues it will help everyone, which is partly true. When the first snow falls, it piles on roofs that do not leak. That is fully true. You could pretend all this is progress without cost. You don't. Cost shows up wearing cold boots and a smile too wide. It arrives with a banner nobody asked for. Work at the old wage or walk. Not heard on river, in a town that thinks the crown's new law sounds easier to enforce when shouted from a tavern door. A woman who once taught you to thread a needle across fleeces instead of fingers takes a cudgel to the shoulder for refusing a half-pay job that would break her before Lent. She walks to your village with a limp and a story. You sit her by the fire and learn a new rule for the charter that you won't write down but will teach the children anyway. If law makes theft holy, holiness is disobedience. Disobedience takes many forms. The prettiest is invention. In January, Ross brings you a strap with a shallow groove carved the whole length. For the guild mark, she says, so water goes round, not through. You test it in the trough, and the groove laughs at the water until the water stops trying. You teach it to the bench and put a dot next to Ross's name on the tannery board where ideas are chalked. The board is a new thing, and already the boys act like their lungs are connected to it. More dots mean more air. In February, Hugh returns from a trip north with a sheet of rough paper and a grin that would get him hanged in the wrong room. The paper is full of letters pressed into it, not written by a hand, but stamped in some orderly miracle. From Mainz, he says, mangling the name. A man there has a devil's tray that makes priests redundant. The priest laughs so hard he spills ale down his sleeve. He does not look afraid. The ugliest form is sabotage. A mill that refuses to pay the new gift's rate. Everybody knows what that means. Finds its axle unpinned one morning. No one is hurt. Flour spills into the river like a ghost trying to drown itself. The miller swears it was an accident and offers pies at the next market. He also raises wages to what the pies cost. Nobody speaks of it. Everyone thinks about it. A world that learned to bury its dead quickly now learns to bury its grudges with more thought. Some nights you wonder if you're turning hard instead of wise. Then something breaks the crust. A baby who never cried loud learns to wail so robustly after the sharing tables new butter fattened her. Mother's milk that the old men wipe their eyes. A boy who held fear in his shoulders like a winter cloak finally laughs in class when he writes his sister's name right the first time and it looks like music. The priest spends an entire Sunday sermon giving thanks for soap. It is ridiculous. It is perfect. In March, the river swells. It always does, but this year it Water fingers the lanes, the well's lower stones go dark. A sow births her litter in the hayloft because the sty turned to soup. The bell rings, the brace pattern short, long, like a mason's call for more hands and the village moves like a single creature with many feet. You lift, you wedge, you lay straw where boots will sink. You ferry old folks on doors turned to rafts. You strop ropes with tallow until they sing. The steward brings his ledger out to keep it dry and then forgets it under a barrel. Hugh retrieves it and never mentions the irony. By dusk the water has taken what it wanted, some thatch, a fence, a cartwheel and left a shine on everything else. The bell gives one soft note, the we did it. You taste river silt between your teeth. You also taste pride. When the flood recedes, the sheriff returns. Of course he does. He always arrives after work is done the hard way. He brings a new command. Travelers must carry tokens from their home parishes to prove they aren't vagrants, fleeing wages. He announces it like a baker selling stale loaves. The priest steps forward with a smile that looks like it belongs on someone kind and someone dangerous at once. We anticipated your need, he says, and produces a stack of small leather discs stamped with the village mark the bell, tiny and neat. We will provide tokens to any who have worked a day in our fields or brought a loaf to our table. Whether or not they were born under our thatch, he doesn't ask. He declares. The sheriff reads the room. He pockets 2 tokens for inspection and leaves, without daring to ring the bell. That night you sit under a sky that feels lower than in summer, as if winter's ceiling bows under all the breath you put into living. Agnes takes out the keys she lied about giving you for a week and sets them on the table. You'll keep these now, she says. I'll keep the books and the boys honest. She looks around her workshop like a sailor looks at a ship he knows he will not take to sea again, but will still sleep in because wood and tar and habit make a home. We did not rebuild the old world, she says. We built a new one with some of its lumber. You want to argue that it's not built yet. That wind can still take it. That one bad harvest can knock braces out. You don't, she knows. You all know. That's why you make more than shoes. You make redundancies. You make rules that live in mouths, not on parchment. You make girls who invent grooves, and boys who carve letters like bridges, and priests who bless soap, and sheriffs who learn that staying on a horse is safer than getting off in a square full of people who know each other's names at the edge of sleep. You remember the first day you woke to silence, so loud it felt like a verdict. You roll the comb between your fingers, a keepsake, turned talisman, and think of how many sounds that silence has been taught to hold since bells. Laughter, hammers, water, words, Tomorrow the bell will ring for market with the steward's tight nod, because even he knows a full stomach makes for quiet nights. One day, perhaps, it will ring for something bigger than a villager muster, not of fear but of purpose. You are not ready for that day. You are getting ready for it anyway. For now, the charter of the bell hangs where the smoke curls and the children point. They can't yet read every line, but they can recite them in their sleep. That is the point. The law of a place is what its children dream without knowing who put the words there. You smile and let the winter roof creak the way old roofs do when they are thinking about spring. Outside, the frost writes another thin line where the light will find it at dawn. And when it comes dawn, spring, trouble, the next summons you will meet it with clean hands, priced labor, and a bell rope that burns your palm in a way you've come to love. Proof you are pulling on something that pulls back because it matters. Asterisk. The first lamb of spring arrives with a noise too small for the size of its meaning then bleat. Wobbling knees, a white smudge against last year's brown. A child carries it through the lane like a messenger, and the village reads the message the way readers read a familiar psalm. We are not done. The bell gives a single bright note, no signal, just acknowledgement. Hands move faster on work they'd be doing anyway. Spring is not mercy. It's a deadline. You spend your mornings at the tannery with the bench crew, and your afternoons in houses that didn't exist 5 years ago, teaching the stiffness out of new boots and the squeak out of door hinges. That second job hinge whisperer was not something you trained for, but it's honest coin, and it lets you see what nobody wrote down, how families are rebuilding themselves. Before, a household was an inheritance. You lived where you were born until someone with a bigger hat said otherwise. After, a household is a contract spoken, but as binding as any parchment stamped with wax. Half the cottages on the lane now hold people who would not have been permitted to cohabit in the old order. A mason's widow with 2 daughters and a carpenter's apprentice who cooks better than any man you've met. A baker's niece and a shepherd's boy who shares a bed but not a surname, and somehow this offends nobody because the oven is lit every morning and the sheep are shorn on time. 3 unrelated women, each with a trade and a temper, who have hung a small painted sign over their door. No men after Compline. The steward pretended to be scandalized for a week. Then he hired them to mend his thatch, because they're the only crew that works both quick and straight. Kin is work, Agnes says, and as usual she folds a kingdom into a sentence. She has added a small room to the tannery, the planning corner no bigger than a closet, with a chalkboard, a pile of off-cut leather, and a stool. People drop by, out of breath from the day, and sketch the households they are building. Not portraits maps. Circles for people, lines for relationships, small squares for obligations, milk, wood, coin, childcare, triangles for skills, and a star where a trade anchors the rest. You start to see patterns. Households that survive have a star. Households that thrive have to buy late April. The village makes a practice of something that used to be a scandal. Trial kinship. You don't call it that. You call it summer arrangements, but everybody understands. 2 or 3 cottages worth of people agree to live as a unit until harvest, sharing work and bread and waking each other when the bread burns. In autumn they decide, marry, pact, or part. Marry is familiar, church bells, promises, a stew that tastes of every garden. Pact is new, a spoken covenant blessed at the well instead of the altar, written in the village hand on a leather strip and tacked above the hearth. Part is not failure. It's revision. You part without shame if you kept your end and tried for the rest. The priest frets. The first time a packed day draws more bodies to the well than a wedding at the church. Frets, then watches, then smiles like a man who remembers the Beatitudes are mostly about the poor and the peacemakers, not about where, exactly, one ties the knot. He starts blessing pacts with a psalm about houses built on rock and doesn't bother the families with questions about which rock they chose. You see the effects in small domestic miracles. The kitchens smoke less because chimneys are swept on a schedule pinned by the door. Children love the schedule. They add drawings of mice being chased out by brooms. Beds multiply. Not the straw sacks you remember from the first after winter, but mattresses stuffed with wool, tufted with leather buttons cut from your offcuts. People sleep really sleephand. The next day shows it. Fewer snapped words, steadier hands, less of the short, hopeless laugh that used to live in the lane. Food changes too. You grew up knowing bread as a moral category. Now it is a craft. The bakehouse rotates through households like a pilgrimage. Tuesday loaves lean toward rye. Thursday shows off oats. Saturday is the day someone slips honey into the mix and nobody complains that it's indulgent because the bell rings. Market and sweetbread sells quicker than pronouncements travel. A boy who nearly starved 2 winters ago now argues about crumb and crust with the seriousness of a judge. He's not wrong. Good bread keeps a house. And then there's the ledger of favors, which starts as a joke and becomes scripture. It begins when Ross, who has a gift for taking the village's pulse and turning it into a tool, nails a board by the well and titles it in big letters, "What we owe each other." Below, chalk lines, names, days, and a column that says paid in with boxes you can tick: coin, bread, labor, watch, song, kindness. People laugh, and then they start using it. Oh, Alder to Jan for 2 days, Sequatch paid in, kindling bundle. Hugh to Alice for tallying wool paid in, 3 market songs, 1 bawdy, not in front of the children, someone adds. The children add the punchline anyway. The board is not binding. It is better. It reminds. The sheriff returns to tell you why you can't do any of this. He brings a preacher with him this time, a thin man whose voice can slice butter in winter. The preacher thunders about unnatural households and defiance of station and women stepping out of ordained spheres. He's very fond of ordained spheres. You listen as you might listen to a foreign traveler. Describe a country that does not exist, nod politely, and return to work. The sheriff waits for his crescendo to finish, and then tries a different tack. Tokens, he says, tapping the leather discs you stamp for travelers. These must include a seal of the manor, or they are counterfeit then. Let the manor stamp them alongside ours, the priest says cheerfully. To seals, twice as safe, the steward, who has aged 3 years for every one since the plague, looks at the priest and then at you and then at the bell, and decides he likes his roof dry and his bread regular more than he likes an argument. He cannot win, because the households hold, festivals change. May Day arrives not as a riot of escape, but as a triumph of arrangement. The green is strung with ribbons and plans. Couples dance. Packed houses parade their tools. The guild boy from town brings cheap paper and ink stamped in mints and sells out of blank sheets before the second song. You cut strips of leather in the planning corner and show a line of sweaty, laughing people how to write their house's pack names on one side, obligations on the other. A small bell stamped at the bottom, because the bell is more than metal now. It's a signature. You do not romanticize all this. Complications snap at the edges like dogs that never learned their names. In one trial kinship, a man drinks more than he promised and breaks a stool he did not pay to mend. In another, a woman lays down rules like stones and forgets to leave a path between them. A pact breaks in July and the well blessing becomes a well unblessing ters. Embarrassment, two friends crossing to opposite sides of the lane for a Time sands it down. By harvest they are trading eggs again. One marriage dissolves after 2 years, without children, and no one throws stones. Instead, 2 households fold around the woman and her stubborn grief until she can stand up without help. You add a line to the unwritten charter. We do not stare at pain. We sit near it and chop wood. The market towns feel the change. When you deliver a batch of bridles to May, she gestures with her chin toward the street where a wagon rolls past labeled family, 4 hands in neat script. On the board side, instead of the usual surname, there are 4 first names. See them. May says, admiration tucked under the usual They rent a stall by the season, not by the name. Less arguing in the long run. The guild clerk who once sniffed at village innovations now asks for copies of your packed strips to be held on file. You send them, but you tell him they're copies in more than ink. The real packed lives where smoke stains it, and babies drool on the corner, and someone mends the ripped loop and doesn't mark it down because mending is love. Not debt, summer threatens a different kind of reckoning. Land. If households are now chosen as often as they're inherited, who decides whose feet stand on which dirt? The old strips in the communal fields resemble a patchwork sewn by 6 arguing ants. The headman calls a moot under the oak that remembers Viking shadows. 3 days of talk and bread and chalk later, you have a thing that would astonish your great-grandfather, a field rotation charter drawn up by the village, signed by the steward, blessed by the priest, witnessed by the bell. Strips are grouped, fallow years are honored. Newcomers get edges not because edges are lesser, but because edges are where hedges grow, and hedges mean birds, and birds mean fewer locusts. Also Berries Ross adds, which is very like her. The first real fight breaks out when 2 cousins arrive from the next county claiming rights to a cottage you thought orphaned. The cottage is now home to a packed family with a loom and a crib and a doorframe scratched head high with a child's growth notches. The cousins have a paper. The pactors have a village. The cousins threaten court. The priest goes pale. Courts eat poor people like pies. Agnes, who has no patience for distant jaws, arranges accounting. We will count what you would take, she says. The crib, the loom, the grain that will not be ground if you make them move in harvest. The hands that will go to market and not to ditching if they must find a new roof. The milk that will spoil in the finding. She puts the numbers on a board, and the numbers do what numbers do when they are true. They embarrass lies. The cousins see the ledger and realize what you already know. A cottage is not for walls. It's a machine made of promises. They leave with coin raised by subscription, and households pitching in because it is cheaper to buy peace than to live without it. You learn a new lesson. Sometimes justice is a purse. Hugh brings back news from further north that tastes of salt and danger. Ports are requiring health bills from inland towns. Letters signed by a priest or a headman stating that the traveller comes from a place clear of pestilence for 40 days. You have been living quarantine for years. It is odd to see it become border law. The priest writes your first health bill with care that makes his hand cramp. We speak truth, he says, jaw set. I will not send sickness in a deceit. A week later, a fisherman stops in the lane to kiss the priest's hand because the bill spared him a quarantine that would have spoiled his catch and starved his children. The priest blushes like a boy and adds fish to the sharing table list. The bell rings one afternoon with a pattern you invented last year and hoped never to hear again. Short. Long, short, long the boundary burn. Smoke on the east hedge. Children run buckets. Men run faster. Women form a line that looks like a seam tight, even strong. It is not arson. It is weather and chance and a dry patch nobody noticed because the goat ate the marker off the stake. You beat the fire with wet sacking and curses until it sulks and dies. Later, you and the headman and 3 sharp eyes walk the whole perimeter and mark each thin place with a tag of dyed wool. The children fight over who gets to replace the goat-proof markers, and this time you laugh and let them. Because children who watch a hedge learn to be the kind of adults who watch their neighbors' faces at Michaelmas. The households that chose packed in spring come to the well to renew. There are more of them than last time, and they have learned pageantry. One house brings their broom and lets the youngest sweep a circle while the priest reads a psalm about work. Another brings a loaf, studded with herbs from 3 gardens, and breaks it so the smell turns the whole square into a memory you will want on your deathbed. You stamp their strips and hand out a new token smaller than the travel disc, punched with a hole so it can hang by the door. Household in good standing, it's not authority, it's community gossip rendered official. It tells strangers you are welcome to knock. It tells sheriffs that taking from here will cost more trouble than their pay is worth. One evening, May arrives from town with a husband you didn't know she had and a barrel. She sets the barrel in the planning corner and taps the side. Ink, she says. Real ink. Enough to drown a clerk. You stare like a child at a fair. Paper is cheap now, she adds. Ink is not. But I've seen what you do with chalk and leather. Time to write some of it down. You look at the priest, who is already grinning. At Ross, who is already drawing. At Hugh, who is already composing a ballad about the barrel. At Agnes, who is already sorting a fresh pile of offcuts for binding. You decide right then to write the household book, not laws, not sermons, but a compendium of what the village knows about living, the recipes and rotation charts and packed forms, the washing songs and bell patterns, the words you use when you break a pact without breaking a person, the measuring trick for bread dough to thumb knuckles, the color of smoke that means watch versus run. You begin with a line you didn't plan. Family is the work you choose. The priest coughs to hide a sound suspiciously like a sob. Agnes snorts, which is her amen. You write until the candle gutters, and then you sand the damp page with fine ash because May said that's what town scribes do, and because it makes you feel like you're brushing the soot of the old world off the new one. There is room in this new world for joy without apologies. Harvest festival comes with a debt repaid in kind. The miller whose axle accident taught him to pay fairly sets up a stage and lets any household with a token perform a peace song, play, instruction. The 3-woman house stages how to say no to a sheriff, which consists entirely of silence and crossed arms and gets the loudest applause of the night. The children enact the charter of the bell with bells they made from clay and pebbles. Every time one rings out of turn, a chorus of little voices cries, "Wash your hands," until even the sternest faces break. The winter ahead will bring another reckoning work tallies from the crown. A rumour of conscripting boys for a lord's bad war. A sickness that is not plague, but pretends to be, until the soap and the bell and the quarantine prove it a liar. You don't know these details yet. You only know the smell of ink and wet leather and warm bread and wood smoke. That means your neighbours are home. You know the feel of a packed strip drying above a hearth, curling in the heat like a smile. You know the sound of feet learning the way back to the houses they chose and built and blessed on a last warm evening before the wind turns. You sit on the threshold with your comb and your cup and the household book open on your knees. Children chase each other between the hedges. A woman you only met this spring calls good night across the lane. Somewhere, a goat is eating a marker again, and a boy is swearing he will train it tomorrow. The bell does not ring. It doesn't need to. The village hums its own charter now, measure by measure. Household by household, kinship by choice, duty by consent, love by labour. You close the book and watch the sky go the colour of the ink barrel. You have work in the morning. You have a family to go to one you helped make. On purpose, asterisk. The ink barrel works a quiet magic. At first it's just a Marvel 2-point at children come in on errands that didn't exist before I was told to fetch. A smell and lean over the planning corner to peer into the dark, glossy pool like it might show a reflection of the future. Then it starts to move. Not by itself, by hands. Your hands, Ross's, the priest's, May's when she rides down from town every other market. What you scraped into existence with chalk and habit takes a deeper bite into the days. Words stop being visitors and become furniture. You learn to cut quills, an art as finicky as tempering leather. Too shallow and the nib sputters. Too deep and it floods. Too much angle and you slice the page like a careless butcher. Ross takes to it like she was born with feathers for fingers. She shows the children how to draft letters like they're tiny tools, the hooks and bars of a doorway in H, the river bend of S. The priest writes a line you copy twice. We write to bind, not to bound. He makes you say it out loud until the grammar pinches shut, then opens. Bind people to promises, not into prisons. You can build a village with the difference. Pages multiply. The household book grows a spine of rawhide laces. You add sections you didn't know you needed until the need walked in with muddy boots. On winter sickness that isn't plague soup before worry. On counting sheep when they refuse to stand still, stones in pockets, hands on heads. On debts you forgive versus debts you shouldn't. God love your heart, but keep your door. A widow brings a recipe for drying apples that tastes like a warm afternoon in October, even in February. You write it between how to boil linens and the song for cutting thatch without falling. It looks silly there. It looks perfect. The ink also makes enemies braver, because ink means permanence, and permanence makes some men itch. A bishop's messenger arrives with a velvet bag and a letter that smells faintly of mouldy rosewater. The scent of rooms where nobody sweats. He reads from the page with trained sepulchral weight. To all laymen and women of the parish, cease your irregular assemblies and illicit contracts. Households shall be constituted according to holy matrimony or by kinship recognized at law. The setting of packs at Wells is a scandal and a snare. He pauses for effect, clearly hoping to hear gasps. He gets the squeak of a stool and the shuffle of bread being split. The priest listens without blinking. He looks small next to the messenger. Your priest is a field mouse who learned to read wolf's butt. His voice is steady. Tell his grace we'll gladly host him to see what we've done, he says. He can bless the book himself. Our pacts do not unmake marriage. They feed it. You expect thunder about audacity. The messenger looks around at the houses with white cloth markers where fever passed safely. At the sharing table that never stays empty overnight. At the well whose rope is cleaner than the bishop's own purse string. He pockets 2 tokens and rides away with a sigh. Someone starts a rumor that he asked for a packed copy for his sister in another town. You don't repeat the rumor. You believe it. The road begins to behave like a vein, carrying not just people but practices. 2 boys from a valley you used to think of as a place to get lost in arrive with a sack of barley and a timidly bold proposition, we thought. If we gave you a sack now, and then again after harvest, could you send someone to show us how to do the bell right? They look like they expect a fee. They get a feast. The bell, Ross tells them, mouthful of stew, is the village throat. Don't lend it. Teach people to sing. She spends a week up valley with chalk, rope, and the patience of a saint, heretofore unnamed, saint not, asterisk. Word spreads. You start sending out small traveling parties pairs at first, then 3s each with a strip of leather that says teacher, and a line of small bells stamped across the bottom like a smile. Hugh goes twice and returns twice with stories that flirt with bragging and just graze it. A woman with arms like ship masts could milk 6 cows at once, I swear, he says. She asked about our washing songs. She thinks if we sing while scouring, men will join. I said men don't sing while scouring. She called me a goat and taught me a verse. He sings it at the alehouse, and 6 men pretend not to, but hum the chorus. Walking home, teaching, has a price. Absence. The tannery bench feels different without Ross's running commentary and rhythmic tapping. The village green hums at a slightly lower pitch when Hugh is on the road. Agnes does not comment. Her eyebrows do. You get ahead on orders, fall behind on sleep, invent a stool that doesn't numb your backside in the first hour, and remind yourself of the rule. We build outward by not falling inward. When teachers leave, they leave with debt marks, rubbed clinno, one travels owing stew. When they return, the bell rings the welcome pattern and the sharing table becomes a feast without ceremony. The first night back is 4 stories. The second is for sleep. Sleep gets stolen 1 week by the king, not the king. Himself he's 14 and far away, and rumor says he rides poorly but his will. Rolled in vellum and escorted by a taxman with a permanent wince. A head tax, the man announces, voice apologetic. As if he's not the one who thought of it, and hopes you won't shoot the messenger with eyes. 3 groats per person above 15 years. He glances around, calculating teenagers. Paid within the quarter. He tries to sound hopeful. He sounds like a wheel that knows it will hit a rut. 3 groats, repeats the headman slowly. From people you may take the old wage by law. He sets down his spoon. He used to be timid in the steward's shadow. Now he is a man who knows what oats cost and can say the number in front of strangers. We'll pay, he adds, because revolt is not a currency yet, but not like beggars. We'll tally and send. No house will be undone at your table in public. The taxman nods, visibly grateful to have found dignity where he expected a brawl. The priest writes receipts so clean you could shave with the lines. You add a section to the household book titled On Unwelcome Counting. The margin notes are spicy. You watch a thing unspool in days that takes years to wind back up. Resentment wrapped in humor, wrapped in defiance. At the bakehouse, Someone carves a face in the dough with 3 long lines for groats, and his eyes crossed. It comes out of the oven looking like a saint who died of mathematics. The children play a new game called Sheriff and Tokens that somehow ends with the priest chasing laughing boys with a bell rope, and when he catches one, the crowd chants, "Make him wash." With such joy, even the sheriff would clap. Humor keeps anger from turning into fire, while anger keeps humor from turning into obedience. It is a narrow path. You learn to walk it. The road brings more changes. That smell of salt and faraway cities. The town posts notices about quarantine islands. In the great port to the east, ships must sit at anchor for 40 days. When a fever is reported aboard 40, the number feels like a psalm and a policy all at once. Hugh returns from a job there with eyes older and a new scar he refuses to explain beyond. Ropes burn when men panic. He brings a leather mask with him, the kind the priest wears when he tends the sick, but made better. Tighter stitches, glass eye rounds that don't fog as easily. A doctor showed me how to wax the seams, he says. He used to bleed people. Now he bleeds sheep for experiments and laughs when the old men in gowns scowl. He says observation is the new prayer. The priest, to his credit, laughs too and asks if the doctor will share notes. He will. You write them in the book under on caring when you don't. No, not everyone likes the book. A man comes in from a neighboring manor with a complaint you have, heard in mutters and now here voiced. You write too much, he says, hands planted like stakes, voice loud enough to try to be a crowd. Words make people greedy. In my father's time, you remembered what you were told. Now everyone wants proof. You could argue that proof is what keeps a widow from being cheated, and a girl from being promised to a drunk in exchange for a pig. You do not argue. You hand him a page. It's the one Agnes wrote with her bad knuckle winter, on paying the tanner when you can't bring bark. Bring urine, bring honesty. He reads and his ears go pink. He nods, once, twice, folds the page, and tucks it into his cap like a charm. Proof, he mutters, half chastened. Proof that you're not thieves. In late summer, May sends for you no polite letter, a boy on a panting horse whose urgency peels the skin off the word now. You go. The town gate has a smear of dried blood at shoulder height. The market smells like onions and fear. The Guildhall doors, handsomer than sense, are barred. Apprenticeship terms, May says, jaw iron. Some masters want 7 years again. Food small, bed smaller, and 2 beatings a week for character. The lads and lasses walked. She nods toward the square where 100 teenagers occupy the steps like birds on a winter roof, close together for heat, louder than policy, hungrier than law. They refuse to sign. The masters refuse to bend. You do not want to get involved. You get involved. You climb onto a cartwheel and hold up a strip of leather-stamped household in good standing so they can see. You can feel the village behind UNS's steadying hand between your shoulder blades. Ross's grin, the priest's measured breath, Hugh's inability to stay still. Here's what we do, you say. We make learning pacts. Masters promise food and bed decent, beatings rare, learning daily. Apprentices promise hours and honesty and to teach the next. No papers burned in anger. If it fails, we count and pay the cost together. A boy with eyes the color of spilled ale says, "The guild won't let us." May, whose scar lifts when she's pleased, points at herself. "I am the guild today," she says. "And I sign." Her quill scratches. Others follow the wheelwright who lost 2 sons. The baker who knows his ovens whisper names when dough rises right. The midwife who never joined a guild because nobody thought to make one for saving lives other than souls. The masters who won't sign old paper apprenticeship watch the square tilt under them like a boat they thought was anchored. By dusk, 10 learning packs hang from the Guildhall porch, drying in the evening air like promises with weight. You bring the template home. The next week, a 10-year-old knocks at your door with a goat and a lecture he's practiced. "This is my learning pact," he declares. "I will learn to sharpen awls without ruining them, and in exchange I shall not eat the chalk." The goat has nothing to do with it, but he follows me. You accept the pact and the goat, who eats a corner of the household book before anyone can stop him. You add a section on goats learning and forgiveness. Asterisk, bad news does not stop. It never will. A crier comes through with a muster for a lord who believes France is a story someone else began that he must finish. Boys' names are read. Your name is not among them. You are too old, they say, and your trade is needed, they say. And the priest wrote a letter in a hand so beautiful the scribe in town swore and laughed and stamped the seal without charging. But Hugh's name is there, and 3 others whose hands you've watched learn the difference between cut and carve and care. The square goes, the kind of quiet that only bells should cause. "We'll substitute," the headman says immediately, tone wide awake. "Coin for the lord. Men for the fields. The realm needs bread. Let them lift swords where their tables don't sit empty when they come back. Or don't," someone says. "It hangs there." Or don't. You don't make speeches. You make a plate. You take bread and cheese and onion to the family of the boy whose name came after Hugh's. Because righteous anger doesn't keep anyone from fainting at noon. The priest goes to the manor and returns with a face you read as bargained, hard. Hugh, bless his restless, reckless soul, teaches to younger lads to tally and tie, and then writes his name on a pact you can barely see for the tears that have made the ink run. "If I go, you will come back to this door." He does not go. Not yet. The muster fizzles, not enough coin. Too many letters from too many parishes about bread and bells. A lord who needed the brag more than the bodies, and found out brag tastes like ash without loaves. You don't cheer. You breathe. Autumn arrives like a standing ovation you didn't plan. The field rotation charter holds. The hedges you replanted after the boundary burn hum with bees that do not know about taxes. The sharing table is a daily still life painted by 20 hands. You write on apples, drying, saucing, vinegar, and on what to do when someone comes to your door and you don't have enough. Call the bell. Share the pot. Make debt a ribbon, not a rope. Ross writes on pockets, sew them into skirts. You are not a table. The priest writes on kissing hands, never. Hug instead, unless someone is ill, then eyes suffice. May writes on saying no and living after the whole page is just the word no written 10 times larger each time. And somehow it says everything. The road brings one more thing before snow. An old man with a memory like a cupboard you can't bear to empty. He was a boy when the fields turned into graveyards, and a young man when men with seals tried to turn the graveyards into ledgers. He watches children chase each other around the well, their belcherous game tidy and wild, and he laughs into his sleeve. We thought we were the end, he tells you, voice thin and sharp as dried apple. Turns out we were the hinge. He taps the household book with a nail thick as a walnut shell. You then yaw the door. That night you light 2 candles, one for the dead you carry, one for the ideas that have learned to carry you. You dip the quill and write lines you have been scared to write in ink, because saying them out loud is one thing and telling the future to read them is another. We did not defeat the old order. We outgrew it. We did not refuse the king. We fed his realm and named our price. We did not replace law. We learned to become it. We did not find safety. We found each other. You sand the words smooth and watch the ash cloud and settle, like breath that has learned a steadier rhythm. Then you close the book and step outside to the square. The bell is a dark mouth against the stars. You lay a hand on its lip and feel the cold bite your palm and accept it. When the next messenger comes, he will find a village that can sign its name and hold to it. When the next sickness tries to swagger through, it will meet soap, tokens, and doors that close kindly but firmly. When the next tax counts heads, as if heads don't dream, it will have to reckon with dreams that learned arithmetic. You sit a while, because sitting in a square you help shape is a prayer no liturgy taught you. In the house behind you, someone turns a page. In the lane, someone kisses someone else, and both laugh like they have remembered something that seemed lost. On the far ridge, the road glows under a sliver of moon. It remembers your feet. It will remember your children's and their children's. And still it will be the same road, and not the same at all. The bell doesn't ring. It doesn't need to. The village has learned to hear itself. Asterisk, the winter that follows is a trickster arrives early. Leaves, returns with knives. Puddles you thought were done with the sky freeze hard enough to hold a child's boot print for a week. The wind lifts thatch, like a hand testing a loaf that isn't quite baked. Yet inside doors, something holds that didn't used to. Not just heat, but intention. The household book fattens. The sharing table never spends a night alone. The bell rope grows smooth where hands agree. What you did not expect, what no one expected, is that other bells begin to answer. It starts with Ross coming back from the valley where she taught St. Knott's gospel of rope and rhythm. She drops a leather satchel in the planning corner and watches your faces the way a potter watches a kill door. Inside, 5 tokens stamped with 5 different marks an ear of wheat, a fish, a wagon wheel, a river wave, and a small, neat acorn. Each one has a notch cut in a different place. They made their own travel tokens, Ross says, proud as a smith whose nail held a cathedral. They cut notches so a blind man can know where he's from in the dark. And this, she holds up a strap. A tidy row of bells is stamped along the edge. They call themselves the Bell Wardens, us too. Hugh asks, setting his tankard down too hard because stillness bores him. Or them. All of us, Ross says. If we want it, you want it. The first moot is held on a day when the road could break a wagon's axle and no one would forgive the wheel. Even so, men and women arrive with cheeks reddened by cold and purpose. They bring gifts like neighbors, not tribute like tenants, a sack of barley, a jar of salve that smells like pine and mercy, 2 strings of dried fish that make the children dance and the cats sin. You clear the bakehouse, stoke the oven to a contented dragon's breath, and draw a circle on the floor with ashes. Not magic, just geometry. Circles make voices honest. Nobody can lean on a corner in a circle. There aren't any. You call it nothing lofty. You call it the lanes meeting, but by the second hour, when the priest has sketched a map with charcoal hedges, streams, church spires and the stewards from 3 manors have each taken a careful sip of ale before, saying the words shared authority without choking. You realize you've made a new animal, not a court, not a guild, not a church, a league, the League of Bells. What's its job? Asks a ferryman with shoulders like pilings. 3 jobs, Agnes says, leaning on her staff like a queen on a simpler scepter. First, to keep each place from being picked off alone. Second, to carry good ideas like bread. Third, to put numbers on the cost of foolish orders from far away so we can hand the bill back with ink instead of blood. This earns a sound, like a low laugh and a low prayer in the same throat. The ferryman nods. Fair tide, he says, which in his mouth means amen. You start small and exact. Each parish promises to stamp travellers who've done a day's work with both marks, theirs and yours. 2 seals, 1 road. Each parish will keep a page in their book titled What We Borrowed from the Others, and under it, a matching page, What We Paid, How, and when. Ross adds the box paid in. Song because she believes accounting without music breaks the soul. Each bell will learn to new patterns, all call short. Short, short, long, long, long and answer long, short, long. No overrides the sickness warning. Nothing overrides fire. Then, because men with seals do not rest when people grow competent, the realm sends a new collector. He is not a bad man. He's just a man with a job that makes good men sour. He arrives with 2 guards who hold their helms like bowls of soup and a book that outweighs his arm. He sets it on your table and you feel the thud in your knees. The poll is due, he says, rubbing the bridge of his nose. And arrears. The last word is a rat. It runs for the corners of the room. He clears his throat. Some parishes have fallen behind. You could lecture him on drought and flooded lanes and the price of salt rising like a hawk in a field with no crows. You do something worse. You count. The league has numbers, now bushels, days, pairs of hands, children's coughs, funerals averted because soap, pacts blessed, pacts broken and remade without violence. You show him a page. If we pay as writ, this many households fall below the breadline. If they fall, this many fields lie fallow. If those lie fallow, this many sacks of grain vanish from the Lord's hall next winter. The column of zeros after vanish does work in his face. He is not a bad man. He exhales like a man who's held his breath since What can you pay, he asks, and keep your children? The league answers with coin, barley, leather, and a signed promise for spring. He takes it. You stamp the page with the bell and the steward's seal. The guards put their helms back on. No one bleeds. As they leave, he touches the bell rope with 2 fingers, like a man crossing himself. You add a line to the household book. Sometimes mercy is math, asterisk. There is nothing math can do for what comes 3 weeks later. Dancing, not the cheerful circle on market day. Not the maypole's orderly spiral. This is the other thing. The thing you heard of from a cousin's cousin and decided was a tale people tell to air out their fear. Bodies taken by rhythm that isn't theirs. It begins with a woman at the well who drops her bucket and begins to sway. Not pretty, not play, just movement that overrides her breath. In an hour, there are 5. In 2 hours, there are 20. Hands lift, feet stamp. Faces show joy without consent, grief without permission, a paralyzed kind of ecstasy. Children stare. Some begin to mimic, and you feel your throat close like a fist. What causes it? The priest asks the doctor from the port, who happens to be visiting to ask about your waxed seams. The doctor shakes his head and then, to his credit, shakes it a different way. Fear, he says. Hunger, memory, air, saints, who knows? But I have seen it end with rest, salt, quiet, cool. He is honest. He is also a man who learned to watch without panicking. Asterisk. You make the square into a ward. You unfurl canvas for shade, lay straw thick, ring the space with water and bread and men who can lift gently. The bell does not ring. Noise is fuel. Ross sets a beat slow, low on a drumhead made from a scrap her father once kept for luck. The dancers begin to sing some, not all. The priest prays without trying to explain God's reasons for a world that does this to people. Agnes keeps time with her eyes. When feet slow, she and Hugh and 3 others slide in, cradle shoulders, and settle bodies like boats at a dock. It takes 2 days to quiet. In the mornings after, people walk softer with each other. You add a page to the book. On strange sorrows, shade, salt, stillness, song. No one argues theology. The goats ignore the whole event, which helps more than you can say. The league learns from the dance, the way a body learns from fever what makes it hurt. What helps? Villagers add a quiet bell, 1 low toll at noon. Lay down what you can and drink. Men scoff the first week and then you watch them check their buckets. At the 2nd toll and feel a smugness that is not entirely holy. Women appear to have known about noon all along. They look almost bored with your revelation. You write on drinking water without shame and place it between on quarrels and on thrift and laugh at yourself in the margin. The sheriff returns for a different purpose. He is older by a winter. Grief drew to new lines around his eyes, like parentheses. He dismounts stiffly and asks for the headman, the priest, and you. He removes his helm before speaking. There are men on the road who call themselves tax redeemers, he says. They take coin from the poor to pay the poll for them twice. Thrice and keep papers so clean, even I can't tell which are real. Then they hold the paper over the families like a lantern and say, "Do our work, or else the arrears return." His mouth thins. They ride with cudgels. They carry our seal. You do not have patience for counterfeit authority. The league meets in your square. Ferrymen, weavers, reapers, coopers, widows, 3 priests, and a midwife who has delivered more babies than the king has coherent thoughts. You set the counterfeiters' tricks on the board, forged receipts, traveler tokens copied badly, promises folded into threats and baked until they crack like ethics left in the sun. Then you copy the sheriff's humility. He asks for help. The league answers with something that feels like invention and insurance at once. You create the black ledger, not for debt, for lies. Any village that meets one of these men writes what he said, what he took, what he threatened, how he smelled garlic, horse, fear, the notch in his token he thought would pass, the scar at his eyebrow, the way he flinched at dogs. You bind the pages in the book with a strap dyed so dark a careless hand smudges it. You send a copy to each parish in the league and one, with a plain letter, to the sheriff. The next week, to counterfeit redeemers ride into your green and find 30 people, waiting with brooms and buckets and the priest in his leather mask. You can either wash the steps of every sick house you threatened, he says, or you can be named in the black ledger with your mother's town. They choose the bucket. Shame is a bridle when money fails. The league turns to building, not just rules, not just ledgers, wood and stone and rope and intention. The winter flooded the low ford twice, and a child near drowned once. Hugh, who cannot sit still without making mischief with a spoon, proposes a bridge. The steward mutters about rights. The ferryman says, cheerfully, that he will not starve. He will haul stone instead of bodies. Ross produces a chalk sketch that looks like a simple arch and turns out to be a sentence in a language called wait. A mason from the Acorn parish squints and says, a little higher, a little thicker, yes. You create a labor, ledger names, hours, bread, a land, a rule. No one works hungry. When the arch keystone slides home with a sound like a held breath finally released, the bell rings itself, or you imagine it did. The cheer carries 3 bends down river. You put a chapter in the book. On commons you cross without asking. Bridges bring trade. Trade brings eyes. Eyes bring envy. A lord 2 ridges oversends a complaint to your steward that sounds like someone wrote it while chewing a lemon. Your parishes presume to build without leave. The steward, who has learned to breathe instead of bristle, sends back a receipt from the League's grain bank showing 3 barrels gifted to his hamlet last winter. He adds, leave was given by hunger. He does not get a reply. You give him a pie. He pretends not to smile, then does. The apprentices blossom like hedgerow roses. The learning pacts spill into new crafts. A woman who mends combs begins teaching 3 girls to whittle bone into buttons, smooth as argument. A thin boy no one noticed last year invents a way to twist flax with a damp finger that doubles the thread and halves the cursing. May sends down a press right, a man who has seen minds with his actual eyes, to show you how to lay type and not crush your thumb when you press. He helps you print 10 copies of the bell patterns on paper. Children carry them like talismans. Within a month, you can buy a page of the household book at market recipe for soap on one side. What to do when the sheriff forgets he's human on the other. The priest insists on an imprimatur of sorts, a tiny stamped bell at the bottom. So they know it's ours, he says, then adds, and theirs. Not every story tilts your way, and the League makes a place for those too. The trial of Martin, the old bench hand with kind shoulders, nearly breaks you. He is accused of organizing a secret tally to cheat the Lord's tithe by counting barrels light. The accusation comes with an official seal and an unofficial bruise on Martin's cheekbone. He stands in the square with his hat in his hands and doesn't argue. He only says, if I meant to cheat, I'd used a thicker chalk. The League insists on due pace 3 days to gather wheat weight from 5 parishes, 2 from the manor's own barn, and 1 from a miller with a grudge and a conscience. The numbers show what you hoped. Martin's tally was clean. The Lord's man had his thumb on the scale. You write his name in the black ledger with no relish and plenty of ink. Then you write on accusing, bring numbers or bring your silence. Martin cries in the bakehouse and then sings, and you pretend not to see the first for the sake of the second. The year turns the corner at Martinmas with geese fat, sacks fuller than 2 winters ago, and a sacred that you are not just surviving but keeping packs, keeping roads, keeping ways of doing that honor ways of being. On the last Sunday before Advent, the League meets one more time. No crisis, just a choosing. You vote by bean white for yes, brown for no, as old as dirt and twice as honest. The question is simple. Do we write the League Charter? Not just chalk and goodwill, ink and strap, copied twice and sent to each bell parish, 1 to the manor clerk's chest, 1 to the priest's press, one to the sheriff's good pocket if he'll take it. It will say only this: we keep the sickness rules first. We share water and warning. We price labor fair and post our rates at the well. We keep apprentices with bread and learning, not beatings. We count everything we change and change what hurts. We guard the bridge, the road, the ford, and each other. We send numbers before we send boys. We will not let hunger be used as law. Beans clack. White piles like first snow after you and the priest sit with ink. And the presswright hums reminds him while you pull the first charter off the form and hold it up by the hearth so it doesn't smear. It is ugly beautiful letters, not quite even, lines that wobble like a child's first steps. You want to kiss the page. You settle for kissing the priest's head, which makes him sputter and laugh and swart you with the blotter like a mother with a dishcloth. You carry the sheet to the bell and, with a nail made by a boy who took the learning pact to heart, pin the charter to the post. You half expect the sky to split. It doesn't. The room warms a degree. That's better. Night comes early and kind. You walk the lane with the charter's words in your mouth like a new bread recipe. At a door you see a strip of leather above the lintel household in good standing, darkened by smoke and fingers. In the window-sill a child has set a bean and a pebble side by side, as if practicing for the next vote. At the well, someone has scoured the rope without being asked. Far off, a neighboring bell answers some other bell, and you understand something that settles you lower into your bones. The road doesn't just remember you. It remembers what you built together. Bells talk. Bridges hold. Books thicken. Men with seals still ride, and wolves still go where sheep forget to look. And winters still trick, but you have made a league of answers. Asterisk. You go to bed tired and righteous, which is the only way worth sleeping. In the night, rain begins that will be snow by morning and ice by afternoon. You dream you are printing sheets of paper faster than the press can swallow them. Each one a pact, each one a bridge, each one a rope. In the dream, the bell rings and you wake smiling because it's the market call, not the warning. And that small distinction is the hinge all your days are swinging on now. Tomorrow's work is unromantic and perfect. Mend a strap. Teach a boy to wet the oar before pushing through. Argue the price of bark. Kiss someone over the bread. Count beans. Change a mind with a number. Lift a vat. Lower a voice. Stamp a token. Write a name. The League of Bells isn't a banner anyone will paint on a shield. It is the sound a rope makes in a good hand. It is a bridge built without asking permission other than the rivers. It is the taste of water at noon, because someone rang the quiet bell, and men who might have died decided to drink. You tucked the household, book under the bed, because the goat has learned to open the latch. You touch the comb and the charter with the same hand. Outside, the wind skates the eaves like a skater trying new steps. Inside, the ink dries. The bridge holds. The road remembers. And when morning comes, as it always insists on doing, the bell will speak and you will answer, and somewhere down the lane another bell will answer that. And for a little while longer year, a generation, a hinge will be the people who heard each other and wrote it down. Asterisk. The year tips forward like a cart just cresting a hill slow, then smooth. Snow falls the way a careful hand dusts flour, not to hide but to reveal the shapes underneath. Between storms, the air is so clear it feels rinsed. You can see all the way to the ridge where the road kinks like a bent finger, and all the way down to the ford where the new arch glows with ice gloss. In the hush, you hear what you've made, the creak of well ropes that haven't snapped since the new rules, the squeal of a pulley at the tannery you keep meaning to oil, the soft syllables of people reading out loud to themselves as they walk. Reading, that's the first miracle of winter. It begins with the smallest vanity. The bakehouse keeps a slate where anyone can chalk a message: lost goat, found glove, extra stew. One afternoon, a boy you still think of as the miller's quiet one leans in to trace his name. It comes out like a hesitant fence, a post, a rail, a wobble. He stares, tries again. The second line is straighter. He beams as if he just lifted a barrel by himself. The next morning, there are 3 more names on the board and a question you didn't expect to see in chalk. When is school? You don't call it school. You call it winter light, because that's what it feels like to gather at dusk with a row of candles, a hunk of cheese, a kettle of herb tea that tastes like walking in pine, and push back the dark with letters. The priest brings a stack of mine-stamped paper that the presswright traded for 2 sides of leather and a song from Hugh. Ross cuts quills from a goose, whose arrogance suggested it deserved the honor. May rides down with a satchel of tiny, perfect bone tablets, silked smooth for practicing strokes, each one bound in leather so it feels like importance when a child holds it. You set your first lessons at the bakehouse tables. Bread rises politely in the oven like a well-brought-up citizen while you sketch. A as a doorway, and B as a belly, and C as a curl. The children copy, tongues tucked into the corners of their mouths, some left-handed, until you realize it's not the devil, just a hand that prefers its own way. Mothers sit in the back pretending to mend and mouthing letters. Fathers lean in the doorway with the same exasperated pride they bring to market days. The steward lingers, at first to count heads, then because someone asks him how to spell oats, and he realizes for the first time in 40 years he wants to know why. O sounds like a round loaf, while A looks like a tent. The priest grins into his sleeve. By the second week, the children chant the bell patterns like multiplication tables. Fire long, long, short, sickness long, 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 slow. Market quick, quick, quiet water, 1 low noon toll you added after the dancing. A girl draws them in the margin of her practice, page tiny bells with dashes for sound. You tack it into the household book, titled For Those Who Learn by Seeing, and Hugh says quietly, For those who learn like me. Later, at the alehouse, he tells a story he never told, how letters first swam on him like fish below ice, how reading meant guessing a current, how the presswright's trick of spacing, the priest's trick of tracing with a dull blade, and Ross's trick of patience made them stand still. He says it like he's confessing sin. You answer like you're throwing a rope, or like you're confessing a secret way through a wood. You say, heads nod. Secrets that turn into paths are the currency of winter. Winter brings summons, the other kind of letter. A parchment arrives from the manor court, smelling of frozen horse and bad ink. The steward tries to hide it, then sighs and shows you. To appear and answer whether the League of Bells has usurped the Lord's rights. The word usurped is a blade polished until you can see your worry in it. The priest reads the writ and snorts. If rights can be usurped by soap and bridges, he says, they needed sharpening. He does not say it lightly. He goes to his trunk, pulls out his best robe, the one without candle drips, and begins to prepare the kind of arguments that taste like bread because they're made of daily things. Weights, births, sacks, names. You don't leave it to him alone. The league gathers in your square as the snow squeaks under boots like it wants to be heard. You put your numbers on boards and practice answering questions in circles. Who gave leave to build a bridge? Someone plays the Lord's clerk. Hunger, you answer together, and then Agnes adds, and common sense, because she doesn't want the case to sound like a beggar's plea. Who keeps your apprentices? Bread, not beatings. Who said you could print? May raises a hand. We did, and we paid for paper. The ferryman practices looking humble and fails. He's as proud as a saint on a feast day. Ross smudges ink on her thumb and touches it to each person's forehead like a secular blessing. Remember, she says, we're not sorry. We're right. Court day arrives with the kind of blue cold that stings your teeth. The manor hall is a long cave lit by grudging candles. The Lord's son sits where his father used to, his face softened by youth and sharpened by fear of men who liked his father better. The steward stands to one side like a rake that never learned to be a shovel. The clerk raises an eyebrow made of arithmetic and asks if you realize your charter has no royal seal. The priest says, we brought a better one, and nods toward the door. The door opens. Wind comes in, and with it a procession you didn't plan but should have predicted. Children holding their winter light tablets. Women who knitted through dusk lessons. Apprentices in clean shirts. The ferryman with frost on his beard and an oar like a staff. Martin, the bench hand nearly ruined by a false tally, with his hat in his hands and his dignity on his shoulders. May, scar lifted. Ross, eyes bright. Hugh, grinning like a danger you'd like to be friends with. Agnes, last, leaning on her staff as if it were a scepter, and, in this matter, it is. They don't chant. They do worse. They put objects on the long table until law smells like living. A loaf with a crust that crackles. A bundle of flax thread doubled by a boy's damp finger trick. A copy of the bell patterns, printed. A set of small bone buttons like moons. A ledger showing owed and paid in. Song, a clean traveller token with 2 seals. A bridge plan with chalk still in its lines. A page from the black ledger with 2 counterfeiters' names crossed out, because they mended steps until the priest told you to stop writing them down. The priest does not sermonize. He says, we submit Exhibit A through Z, which is to say our lives. He sits. The candles hum. The clerk asks his questions because asking is his job. Who speaks for you? We do. Which one? All of us. Unseemly, he mutters. But you catch the flicker in his eye that says, interesting. The Lord's son asks, what if every parish did as they pleased? Who would keep order? You answer with a sentence you practiced until it fit in your mouth like a tool. We have learned to prefer kept order to given order. My lord, the ferryman adds gently, like a river prefers a bank to a dam. The Lord's son looks at the steward, who looks at his boots. Finally, the clerk reaches for his favorite club. Where is your permission? The priest stands and points not to parchment, but to the back where your winter light school children, bored and brilliant, have traced the league charter on slates. We keep the sickness rules first. We share water and warning. Their voices are uneven at first, then gather. Older throats join. No one shouts. The Lord's Son listens to 50 people tell him how they intend to live in his parish in words he could have written and chose not to. He is not a bad man. He is a scared one. Sometimes fear grows teeth. Today it grows ears. Asterisk. Verdict: not exactly. The clerk drafts a hedge clever. Men love hedges. The League of Bells is recognized as a parish association for the maintenance of health, apprenticeships, roads, and fairs. Its charters are to be lodged with the manor book. No levy shall be raised by the League. No levy shall be raised on the League without a meeting called at the bell. It is not sovereignty. It is enough to sleep. The steward signs. The Lord's Son hesitates, then signs like a man agreeing to eat healthier for the sake of his heart. You sign with ink and with the stamp of the bell and return to the square, bruised by winter but bright with something warmer than victory-continuance. You continue like experts. Winterlight School moves from letters to reckoning. The priest writes column sums like ladders. You climb them. Ross invents a game where children price a stew. Onions 1, carrot stew, bones gift, from the tanner. Salt dear but worth it because a village that salts is a village that keeps. Hugh, who understands worth in his bones even when numbers bite him, teaches market truth. Say your price, know your bottom, smile like you can walk. Agnes stands in the doorway and permits herself the smallest smile a face can make without breaking into joy. The League agrees on a new project with a name that sounds like a lullaby and a promise. Lantern posts. One at the ford, one at the bridge, one at the church turn, one at the lane where gully water likes to play wolf. Each is engineered like a prayer stone base, iron collar, hook that won't bend under a blow. Glass panes salvaged from a ruined manor window and set with strips of leather until you can afford lead. Light them at dusk all winter. Snuff with a cover, not a breath, because soot stains and breath is for kissing and arguing. The first night they burn, every child wants to be the lighter. You set a rota. The priest blesses each flame, not because God needs help finding the road, but because people need to practice gratitude. The lanterns draw travelers like stories. A peddler from the east brings a spool of thread made of something he calls silk that spills like water. He wants a price you can't give. Hugh brokers. 2 lengths for a wedding veil in spring. 1 spool for the priest's bookbinding. His pick of a dozen songs from May's press right, printed legible so he can sell them where people hum loudly but read little. The peddler leaves, smiling with a paper that says, paid in part, paid in hope, and a drawn bell, he swears, will keep wolves from his dreams. You don't argue. Wolves don't read, but men do, and that's half the work. Trouble arrives, disguised as charity. A grey-robed brother with a face like a shovel and a voice like damp wood moves through the League parishes offering God's mercy, Lanzagrote today to tomorrow, a blessing every time you sign. His tablet fills with marks. He nods piously and says words like obedience and order and return to rightful ways. He ignores pacts. He calls apprentices wayward. He eyes your women with the gaze of a man who thinks work has a gender. The black ledger takes his name, not to shame yet, but to count. When he returns for his groats, 3 parishes meet him with a choir of children singing the bell patterns and a ledger showing that 10 of his debtors already paid through labour, 1 through song, and the rest through shared pot. He sputters and shakes a parchment at the priest. The priest takes it gently, lays it on the household book, and prints the bell over it in ink. That seal means this place, he says. This place means these people. Mercy is what we call what we do for each other. Not every mercy is soft. The river ices hard in late January, and the ferryman falls through up to his waist. He's dragged out swearing with such poetry you consider writing a separate book of curses, understood as art. Agnes slow in the joints now, quicker than anyone at triage orders hot cloths, vinegar rub, sweet wine, bed by the oven. He lives. The next day his hands shake when he tries to untie a knot. You take his oar and press it into a new apprentice's hands, the flax thread boy, already tall, overly eager. The ferryman watches, jaw set, and then nods with the open, exquisite pain of a man who recognizes succession as love. You add a page, on letting go before the river takes. Sickness knocks without swagger, in February a fever that lifts. Not the bad one, and you treat it with shaded rooms. The noon water bell, boiled linens, bone broth like forgiveness. 20 houses hang white cloths. In 10 days, they come down. You ring the bell once, soft. The priest kisses the leather beak of his mask and sets it aside to dry. You write on gratitude for the ordinary and catch yourself sounding like an old woman. Agnes laughs. You are an old woman, she says. We've earned it. And then the light changes just a shade, but enough to wake seed. Winter light school pivots from letters to lists. What to plant, where, who needs a new hoe handle, which hedges bear watching, which apprentices want to level up to journeyman pacts. The league sends 2 to the valley to teach bell ropes soaked in oil. 2 to the port to ask the doctor for a proper drawing of the mask so you can make them for 3 parishes that lost their priests to a different calling, married to bakers. No one blames God. May arrives with a device that looks like a dream you once had about a wine press and a stamp. A small hand-inked press with a screw that even Hugh cannot over-tighten without effort. For the children, she says. They will make their own books. She is right. Within a week, there's a pamphlet titled Things We Learned This Winter with illustrations so crooked you want to hug the page. On the back, the children print an editorial. More bread days. Fewer summonses. You tack it up, and the steward, reading, laughs out loud. They can have both, he says. If they keep showing up like that in court. On the last night before the first plough cuts, you hold a new festival. Not church, though the priest blesses the idea with a psalm about paths made straight. Not market though, food appears like rain. You call it the night of keeping. Each household brings one thing they made or learned this winter and one thing they mean to lay down so the year will be light. On the green, under the lantern posts, you see your own reflection writ large. A bone button, a bridge plan, a mask, a quill, a rope, a ledger, a loaf. And alongside an old grudge, a broken tool, a habit of silence. Children carry the lay-down items to a great basket. Ross swears the basket is named tomorrow, and no one argues because it feels right. The ferryman places his or their, not to give away, but to acknowledge the world has his back even when the river doesn't. Hugh lays down a song about leaving, and picks up one about staying. Agnes lays down nothing. She takes up everything. Don't be sentimental, she mutters, dabbing her eyes. The bell rings. Not a patterned, just a single clear note that says remember. You look around at faces lit by lantern and moon and learn a truth winter came to teach and spring merely underscores. The old world died, and yuled by soap, rope, bread, and ink taught the new one to hold. It won't hold forever. Nothing does. But it holds now because you agreed it should, and wrote it down, and argued it honest, and taught the children to draw it. That's as close to guarantee as people ever get. Tomorrow the plough will bite, and the ox will lean, and the first furrow will throw a smell so sweet you'll want to put your face in the dirt and inhale last year's rot transformed into this year's promise. The winter light will thin and you'll miss it, the way you miss the ache when it stops reminding you you're alive. You close the household book with both hands, like a prayer, and slide it onto the shelf between a wedge of salt and the press, because in this village, knowledge sits where food and force do. The lanterns gutter one by one. The last voice you hear is a child practicing B under her breath belly. Bread, bell, bridge, bound, bind, and you smile because she has just invented a sermon without a church. Sleep comes. Morning waits, eager. The League of Bells dozes with you, a cat on the hearth. Confident enough to dream, asterisk. Spring doesn't so much arrive as it decides you've earned it. The first furrow peels back a strip of sweet black earth, and the smell lifts like a hymn only noses know. Oxen lean into the yoke with the contented grunt of creatures who understand work as a language, not a punishment. Children run the ridges with sticks that are really swords, that are really wands, that are really measuring rods, because this year they know what distance means, what a strip is, where fallow sits in the rotation like a cat in a sunny window. The lantern posts still wear their winter soot like medals. The bridge sings on the cartwheels, a note you've begun to hear as a bass line beneath the dais, and the road. The road stops being something you take and starts being something that takes you. It begins with a rumor you refuse to honor by calling it that. A wool fair 3 days north, bigger than any since the plague, with merchants from the Low Countries and a cart of paper rumored so cheap it must be a sin. The League of Bells is not a caravan. It is a collection of parishes that pretend they aren't a caravan until someone suggests traveling together, and everyone says, obviously, you draw lots. 2 wagons this time. Not counting the ferryman's flat bed, he refuses to leave his river, but lends the cart with a kiss to the axle and a muttered warning to the road to mind its manners. Your wagon carries harness, a new design of water buckets with seams waxed so fat drops bead and roll like they're late for a dance. Ross packs a satchel of St. Knots ropes and 4 lengths of bell cord, braided so finely even a manor clerk couldn't find complaint in the weave. Hugh packs songs, which is to say he packs nothing and somehow everything, the courage to be heard, the audacity to ask people to join. May rides down from town with a crate of cheap paper wrapped in cloth like a baby. It's not pretty, she warns, thumbing an edge. It's not meant to be. It's meant to multiply. You leave before dawn, in a river of sound quiet bell, drink water before you set out. The goodbye pattern, long, short, long, kisses, admonitions about cloaks. A child yelling, bring back a wheel, as if wheels grow on fair stalls. The priest stands under the lantern at the bridge, blesses the road with a psalm about going out and coming in, and shoves a bag into your hands, bread, hard cheese, apples dried to the flavor of summer, hiding inside a winter's skin. Travel changes what you know about your own place. The fields you thought were unique are echoed up the ridge and beyond, hedges trimmed with the same care, white cloths hung with the same honest signal when fever moves. You pass a parish where the bell rope is new and gleams like a throat ready to sing. Children you do not know run alongside and shout the market pattern at your wheels. Ross blows a kiss to a woman tightening a lantern post hook with a borrowed smith's hammer. Hugh teaches a road crew the chorus to a song he swears he invented last week. By evening, it sounds like something your grandmother used to hum while washing. On the second day, the road tries you. Not bandits, worse. Mud, a stretch where a spring has decided it's a stream, and the stream a pond, and the pond a swamp. The wagon sinks into a nightmare of sucking earth, and helpful advice shouted by men who are too far away to pull. You do not curse well, you do, but you also count, weight, angle, rope. You unship the barrels and roll them past, the mud licking their rims. You lay planks. You harness people to the front, alongside the ox, and when you say pull, your voice catches because the wagon moves, not because of a miracle, but because of a league. Two parishes you only met yesterday. Ross's knots, a rope that remembers tug-of-war. Hugh yelling like joy invented traction. And a farmer's wife who digs a trench in the right place at the right moment because she knows water's gossip. At the fair, the world widens until you can feel your own skull expanding to make room. Tents billow like bright lungs. Divats speak in colors your lane has only ever heard in whispers. Madder woad, a yellow that looks like the sun was convinced to pour itself into cloth. The air tastes like smoke and cinnamon and 1,000 bargains being born. You see a table covered in books, not just psalters, but poems and recipes, and a thin volume titled A Plain Account of Bridges with Figures. You buy it with 2 straps and a blessing. Then remember, you don't know if you can read bridges. You will. The press right from Mines has cousins here. They show you how to set small type with a steadier hand, and leave you with a sack of offcuts letters that miscast or broke in the making. Charm them, the cousin says. Children like to hold the alphabet like seeds. You charm them later. First you sell. Your waxed buckets sell because a woman with 4 arms you want on your side beats them with a stick and the water leaps out like it's being paid to. Your straps sell because a boy who fell through river ice last winter news travels like floods wants one for his own bundle and his mother wants one for her piece. Ross's bell cords sell to a parish that has a bell but no tongue. Their headman cries when he hears your demonstration ring. Hugh's songs sell for food and favour and the story he will tell for weeks about a Flemish weaver who traded him a square of cloth so fine you can see your future. Through it you also buy mape. With pleasure buys paper cheap enough to make primers for children and a wall chart for the bakehouse titled Weights and Measures made friendly. The priest buys a second-hand surgeon's kit, not because he wants to be a surgeon, but because the doctor in the port said a village with a sharp knife and a cleaner cloth is a different place than a village without either. You buy a small stampan acorn with your coin and a promise to send back 24 buttons by Why an acorn? Because the League's first parishes were stamped wheat, fish, wheel, wave, and acorn, and you like what the acorn implies. Potential armored until it's time to split at night. In the traveller's field, under a sky splashed like a bowl, you sit around a fire with strangers who stop being strange with soup. A man tells of a town where the flagellants returned and were gently, firmly told to do their penance building a bridge if they wanted to keep their backs bleeding. A woman speaks of a convent that now keeps accounts in the vernacular because the girl who makes their cheese can read best and refuses Latin on principle. A boy recites a verse about death that somehow makes everyone laugh without feeling wicked. Hugh hums. Ross braids rope. You hold your hands over the flames and feel a heat that isn't only fire, belonging that crosses boundary marks. The road home is shorter, which is to say you are larger. You come back with more than a wagon's worth. You bring gossip that will become guidance. You bring a song you despise the first time to jaunty by half and cannot stop humming by the third mile. You bring a pamphlet called The Law of Bridges, explained to those who work, that will cause your steward to sit down hard and say, "Oh," in a voice you've never heard from him. You bring a twist of brown-blue cloth that will be Agnes's kerchief until the end of her days. A blue so deep it looks like night remembers it. You also bring risk. Rider you don't know in a cloak you royal color that looks like authority. Went through the wash stops, you a mile from the bridge. He smiles with the open friendliness of men who get paid whether you're friendly back or not. On business, he asks. Always, you say. He flips your tokens in his palm like a gambler. To seals, he notes. Fashionable, he says it like a man who is trying on disapproval to see if it fits. You keep your voice bread plain. Fashionable because effective. He smiles again. The Crown will be issuing tokens soon, he says. Safer, he rides on dot at the square. You don't shout, you post. The League's board grows a new column. Rumors with teeth. Under it, you write, Crown tokens coming. Copy hours, replace hours. Watch, the priest adds, we don't mind better. We mind captured. May sketches a little coin with a hole punched through, no two seals, just one. Hugh adds a verse with a rhyme scheme so tight it squeaks. If a token buys a passage, but forgets to keep the village purr, it's a token of a bondage, not a token of a bridge. While the rumor ripens, the village explodes in work, which is to say it settles beautifully into it. The children's primers are ugly and perfect type uneven. Ink, blotty bell, at the bottom crisp as frost. Winter-like graduates become dusk readers who carry slates on errands and read aloud to anyone stirring the pot. A boy who once thought numbers was something other people used invents bean-counting races to teams. 2 baskets, a tally, a song, count, count, carry. Call. The game spreads so fast you start hearing bean-click rhythms under work. Songs like a second heartbeat. The learning pacts multiply in a direction nobody planned. Hearthcrafts. Men who mocked sewing learned to set sleeves because a coat that fits is the difference between smug and sick. In March, women who were told the anvil isn't ladylike learn to rivet because pots don't care about your uncle's opinion. The 3-woman household with the nitrogen monoxide men after Compline hosts a weekly fix-it night. Anything broken on the table. Anyone willing to try at it, welcome. A boy brings his terror of failure and leaves it on a mended stool. A girl brings a clock that belonged to her father's father and leaves with time rethreaded. Trouble doesn't stop just because you learned to spell. A summer storm comes down like a wall falling sideways and tears a strip of roof off the bakehouse as though the sky took a bite and found it undersalted. The bell rings, brace, and you brace. Tarred canvas appears from nowhere because that's what planning feels like when it proves itself. You relight the oven with coals from a neighbor's hearth and discover bread baked after fear tastes like a victory you can chew. You add to the household book, on storms, cover first, count later, and on gratitude for coals borrowed, asterisk. The counterfeit redeemers, shamed into step scrubbing last winter, try a new angle piety. They offer to forgive debts the Crown hasn't forgiven in exchange for indentures it never asked for. You do the math with a joy that's almost unseemly. The black ledger gets 2 new names and a sketch of a mole on a cheekbone. And 2 days later, a parish up the ridge posts. Seen here, teaches fear, fails, sums. The redeemers move on like bad weather that discovers the hills are higher than its grudge. The crown tokens arrive, as promised or threatened, depending on your mood. A thin man with a decent horse and indecent boots stands at the well holding a pouch that clinks like a conscience. He explains the new system. Travelers must carry a stamped disc with the king's mark if they want to pass checkpoints without a speech. You ask questions in the order of your heart. Does it keep out sickness? No. Does it keep out thieves? No, but it makes them easier to count. Does it keep people from starving? No, but it makes it easier to tax those who don't. Does it keep us safe? He smiles the way men smile when the truth is not in the pouch they brought. It keeps you known, he says. The realm needs to know. Then the realm can learn to read, May murmurs, not quietly, and the square laughs the way a dog shows teeth. Unless you choose the oldest village skill both. You accept the crown tokens for roads beyond the Ligand. You keep your own for roads between bells. You punch a second hole in a leather thong and hang the tokens side by side. The priest says, if one is lost, the other remembers. The steward says, if the crown asks why, say, redundancy. Clerks love that word. You write in the book, on belonging in 2 places at once, where 2 tokens. Keep oneself, summer fattens. The river runs brown with honest work. The fields hum. The bridge takes carts like a dance partner, easy with whoever leads. The lantern posts hold moths like small heavens. Agnes starts to slow, just enough for you to notice how often you leaned on the motion of her, that hid how the village leans on the stillness of her. She sits more in the planning corner, staff across her knees, and rules without a crown. Put that page after that one, so the fool who reads one will stumble usefully into the other. No, not that stitch, this one bites less. Eat. You can't count on a hollow stomach. The day she sends you home to sleep with a voice that leaves no room for argument. You realize she's staging her exit the way she stages a harvest, nothing wasted. Everything shared. The League decides on another project that looks like vanity and turns out to be infrastructure. Oak posts at the junctions carved with bells and arrows. Names painted in pitch you make from a recipe so old it might have arrived tied to a chicken's leg in the plague years. Children are conscripted as painters. They etch their initials in the backs, because of course they do. Travelers stop losing hours to indecision and start spending them on bargains, which is to say, dinner. Waymarks also make raiding harder. It's difficult to look surprised at a wall of broom handles when the sign you passed 3 miles back literally said village. Wary. In late August, the fair comes to you. Not the giant one, but something perfect. A league market, called by 3 bells at once, sound that skates the ridge and drops into the valley like a stone into a pond. Stalls sprout like practical mushrooms. The 3-woman household sells no men after Compline signs to other villagers with a wink and a discount. A boy with ink-stained fingers offers pamphlets. How to say no to a sheriff blank page with a box for signatures, and how to say yes to your own work, a page full of lines with space to write what you actually do. A mason from the Acorn Parish explains lintels to a girl who nods like she's hearing a lullaby. She walks away humming geometry. You end the day richer by coin, richer by favor, richest by proof. You are not a clever accident. You are a pattern repeating with variation. You sleep that night like a field, done, right tired, squared. Grateful for the hedge that keeps out the boar, and grateful for the gate that lets in your neighbor when his lantern blows out. When you wake, the air tastes of apples and the first rumor of cold. You know what's coming. Nights earlier, mornings fogged, the long curve toward winter light again. You also know what else is coming, because the road that chose you is not a blind god. It's a rope with your fingerprints in it. Taxes will come back like bad weather. So will a fever that wears a different coat and asks if your masks still fit. A boy will run, a girl will stay. A lord will try to forget the sound of 50 voices reading a charter he didn't write and didn't forbid. Someone will fall through ice and you will lift him. Someone will ask for forgiveness and you will find it between the pages. You wrote when you were less tired than you are now. Before all that, a last scene of summer, dusk, the square warm as bread, lanterns not yet lit. Agnes in the doorway of the tannery with her staff and her eyes soft. She watches a pair of children, one from your lane, one from 2 parishes, away argued cheerfully over whose bell pattern is better for calling a potluck. Both, she says when they bring the debate to her, of course they do. Ring yours. Answer hers. Everyone will come. She sits, breathes, and watches as the road that took you hands back what you'd given it. Multiplied, a village that points the way, a league that counts honestly. A book that smells of smoke and ink and onion and the wild. Holy impulse to write your name where it can be seen and said. You lift your eyes. The ridge is a dark curve against a sky still rinsed. Somewhere, a bell practices the quiet noon toll because habit has a long reach. You make a note in your head to oil that pulley and tighten that hinge and kiss that person and sleep enough to deserve the morning. The road hums underfoot even when you're standing still. You hum back. Tomorrow, the harvest tally begins. Tonight, you listen as the summer says its last long sentence. And you understand it without translation. Keep going. Asterisk, harvest writes its own calendar. Dew before dawn. Blade by sunrise. Bread by dark. Even the bell keeps different hours, less a voice than a metronome work. Turn, drink, lift, laugh, work again. The fields, newly disciplined by rotation and shared hedges, give back like a grateful debtor. Grain stands high enough to make children disappear in it, which they do, popping up like Jack-in-a-box saints, scaring birds and parents in equal measure. Apple boughs bend as if listening for gossip. Beans thrum the trellis. The village hums at the pitch of enough. Enough is when trouble comes, not the old trouble of empty bins and a winter of thin stew. The new kind, the kind that notices plenty and arrives with a pouch, a seal and a book of names it did not earn. The royal collector returns in early barley, same wince, better boots. He dismounts with the solemnity of a man who has rehearsed both speech and sympathy. Levy for the realm, he says. Not just the poll, you know. A poundage on wool and new on grain moved to market. He does not say the word war. He does not need to. It hangs in the air like a crow waiting for a lambing. The league doesn't shout. You reckon? The bakehouse boards are cleared, chalks sharpened, beans poured for counting like they're a sacrament. The steward who used to breathe like a hunted animal and now inhales like a man who knows where the hedges are, lays out columns, what we grew, what we owe to live, what we promised each other, what the realm asks. The priest adds a fifth. What hunger will charge in spring if we lie to winter now? Numbers do not make the collector kind, but they make him imaginative. He stares at the column that shows barns emptied into soldiers' mouths and next winter's plough horses sold for arrears. When he finally speaks, it's with weary humor. "I can't feed the king on your logic," he says, "but I can try to teach him to count." He accepts coin that doesn't cut muscle from bone, a signed promise on wool rate when the fairs close. And quietly, the league's grain graph pressed between two blank sheets like a forbidden flower. "I'm not your enemy," he says at the bridge. "Not if you keep sending me arithmetic." As if summoned by the word, arithmetic becomes the seasons of the harvest. Children run the lanes chanting sums like skipping rhymes. Dusk readers pin primers to fences and prod each other toward neat columns. A boy invents field, math pace, a strip, count the furrows, calculate the loaves if the weather keeps its manners. The three-woman household hosts tally night bring your questions and your stubborn numbers. Leave with something that adds up, or the satisfaction of having argued in good company. You file this contentment under fragile. It cracks on a Thursday. News rides in hard from the south, dust and rumor braided. Essex and Kent are alike crowds refusing the poll. A priest named John preaching in green lanes that the first man was no lord and the first woman no serf. A tailor whose name sticks to stories like burrs to wool. Jails opened. Judges chased. A king, a boy meeting thousands of people who never expected to be met. Heads on pikes. Heads raised to be counted. London, a word that tastes of smoke the square fills. The bell does not ring turmoil. People bring it with them. Questions tumble like unthreshed sheaves. Is it true? Will it reach us? Should we go? What would we do if the sheriff arrives with soldiers and a smile? The priest doesn't sermonize. Agnes doesn't lift her staff. May doesn't flash her scar. You will do something harder. Hold the silence until it turns honest. Finally Ross speaks, with the slow care of someone who knows rope fails where it's frayed, not where it's thin. "We already did the first half of a revolt," she says. "We learned to run ourselves. Hugh has a dozen songs for riot and keeps them listlings against the well. We made the second half harder for them," he adds. "It's hard to starve a village that salts and counts." May tips her head. "If they come to break us for sport," she says, "that's one thing. If they come to take boys, that's another." She pauses. "If they come to take what isn't theirs because they fear we'll never give it, again that's the whole thing." The League decides without voting, which is how you can tell the decision is true. No boys to London. No burning books. No breaking what keeps anyone alive. Yes to feeding travellers who return from shouting with their throats in tatters. Yes to copying everything at risk of fire. Yes to printing the charter twice more and hanging it in places that make clerks itch the bridge post, the bakehouse beam, the steward's own door. You also write something new for yourselves. It isn't law. You have enough law. It's a promise of posture. The priest puts the quill down. "We will be hard to move and impossible to swallow," he says. The line looks plain until you see how it sits next to bread. Days stretch tight. A troop passes on the Ridgehelm's bright banner snapping, the kind of order that believes it was carved on a mountain. They don't descend. Your lanterns make the village look like a thought someone already had and decided to keep. Two lads slip away in the night anyway, their rage bigger than your quiet plan. One returns a week later with blisters, stories, and a look you read as saw too much to sing it. The other doesn't. His mother pins his traveller token to the charter and cries the way a Thor cries loud. Then suddenly done. The priest writes the boy's name into the margins of We Will Be Hard to Move, because a margin is where you keep what you can't bear to forget. Meanwhile, harvest does not care for politics, except as they affect rain. You cut and bind, stack and thatch, the league-sharing barn first imagined after the flood, argued over by men who thought barns must be jealous, raised any wayfills, empties, fills, tokens clap palms. No one goes empty to bed who brought hands to the field. You invent a silent belt wine tied beneath the main clapper so, at noon, on very hot days, a child can set it moving and summon water, without the clang that scares skittish oxen. The child who got the idea from the dancing plague months ago gets a kiss on the head from Agnes and walks straighter. The rest of the day, Agnes, her strength has been a kind of furniture taken for granted until a room is moved. In late harvest she moves like winter through a door left open, suddenly everywhere, then low. She sleeps more and pretends not to. She sits in the planning corner, staff across her knees, and edits your courage. Not that, she says, when someone proposes sending the sheriff a letter that would scorch his eyebrows. Say this, she tells you to put away the song with the rhyme pike. Like strike, and learn the newer one with stay, say day. She makes you promise to keep the winter light school, even if the road ices, and the roof leaks, and the bishop frowns. If the bishop frowns, she says, dry as kindling, teach him his letters, on Mick. She asks for the book, not the little ones, the dupe ledgers that live under elbows and in aprons, but the big, smoked, onion-scented, goat-bitten household book that sits between salt and press. You bring it like a child you are handing back to someone who loved it first. She flips past on storms and on quarrels and on drinking water without shame and lands her finger on the charter. It's worn like leather wants to be. Move this sentence, she says, and taps we send numbers before we send boys. Put it first, you obey. Then she hands you a page she wrote in a crabbed winter on, leaving and asks you to read it out loud. It is not a will. She owns little, owes less. It is instructions disguised as tenderness. Do not make my staff a relic. It is a stick. Give it to the next walker. Do not turn my name into a bell pattern. It will confuse the children. Do not feed your sorrow with dramatics. Feed the travelers. If you must build something, build a bench where talk happens without stiffness. If you need a day to do nothing, take it in the name of the work. If a man with a seal says, you are lucky to be allowed what you've already proved you can do, hand him bread and make him set tables. You stop twice to breathe. She smiles once, small and wicked. I lied about the dramatics, she says. You can have a few. 3 days later, she goes like a candle that decided it has lit enough rooms. Not slow suffering, not sudden theft. She sits, says both, to no one in particular, both bread and law, both bell and quiet, both anger and arithmetic and is gone. The lane fills with the particular silence villages reserve for debt collectors, births, and elders who leave on their own terms. The priest rings the bell, not a warning, not a muster, a plain, clear note that feels like a hand on your shoulder and a voice in your ear. Remember, you bury her where she asked, between bridge and lantern, where road and light keep each other honest. The whole league walks. No banners, no pageantry, just tokens stamped with wheat, fish, wheel, wave, acorn, and bell laid on the fresh earth, and the ferryman's, all held upright like a mast, and the steward reading the charter with a voice that cracks only once. Hugh sings the quietest song he knows. May keeps her hands, moving passing cups, catching grief before it spills. Ross ties a new bell rope and knots it in a way nobody taught her, because nobody could. You add a page after the burial called on keeping the shape of someone who made you, and you leave it blank until winter, because some pages have to fill themselves. Grief, like rain, makes everything smell sharper. Work returns, and with it a sense that doing the next right thing is also a prayer. You finish the harvest and find somehow more than you measured when you planned. Not by miracle, by margins, fewer losses to spilling, less theft by panic, better stacks, stronger thatch. The discipline of no fires by the barn that 3 boys enforce with the zeal of saints on feast day. You celebrate with a mercy that doesn't feel like mercy until you see the steward's face. 3 days of no counting. Bread without tally, ale without ledger, a dance that looks like rats would flee it if they were not already well managed. The children invent a game where they bow to the lantern posts and the posts accept like they have titles. For a while, it is enough simply to have made it to now. Then now changes clothes. The sheriff arrives, not with soldiers, but with a quill. He has our black ledger in his bag and a blacker humor in his eyes. He is not unkind. He is, like the collector, being ground into flour between men above him and villagers who have discovered they can read. He asks to see your charter. You hang it on the bakehouse beam and pour him a drink. He reads, mouth moving, making friends with the words as if they were stray dogs he means to coax without frightening. When he looks up, it's with a question that doesn't swagger. Will you stand by this if the manner calls it insolence? His voice puts the weight on stand, not on insolence. Yes, you say. Numbers first. Boys last. He nods, once. Then I'll stand in front of it, he says quietly, and you realize the quiet revolt isn't only yours. It is also happening in the cracks of men built to carry orders clerks, who discovered mercy is math, sheriffs who discovered law sounds better when read aloud by voices that don't tremble. He reaches into his bag and produces something shyly, like a child. A mirror, small, polished, backed with leather. From London, he says. Glass that holds still. He lays it on the household book, and for the first time you see your charter reflected. Double ink above, ink below. Remember what you look like when they tell you you don't, he adds. And for that you feed him twice. Asterisk autumn finishes dressing as winter. The lanterns resume their evening appointment with darkness. Dusk readers turn back into winter-light teachers, and the bench Agnes asked for appears under the bridge, its seat worn smooth by a week of talk. The League adds to new parishes one that joined because of the bridge, one because of the ledger. The crown tokens clink beside your leather ones like 2 ideas that don't particularly like each other, and have learned to share a thong. The waymarks get a fresh coat of pitch. The ferryman hands his or fully to the flax thread. Boynand takes a place on the bench where talk happens without stiffness. He seems to grow an inch by sitting, and because endings ask for beginnings. You open the household book to the blank page after, on keeping the shape of someone who made you, and you write. Hands steady, we keep Agnes by keeping what she kept. We keep ourselves by keeping each other. We keep the peace by feeding those who would break it if they were hungry. We keep the law by making it true. You print it, ugly and perfect, on cheap paper, Children paste it to doors with flour glue that leaves a smell of bread wherever love decides to persist. The priest slides a copy under the Lord's Son's door with a wedge of cheese. May sends one to the doctor at the port tucked into a mask, so he will remember the village that learned to breathe through leather and wrote its own instructions for doing so with dignity. Hugh pins one to the lantern post and kisses the wood, though he will deny it forever. Night falls earlier, as is its habit. You put your hand on the bell rope, feeling the new knot Ross tied as if it were a pulse. Somewhere down the ridge, another bell answers you not. A warning now, just the sound of a place saying here. The road breathes, the bridge rests, the ledger sleeps, the charter waits for morning light. You can feel the world beyond your hedges rearranging itself in larger patterns you cannot carry in your arms. You can also feel the smaller pattern, the one you can settling into its winter posture, shoulders squared, jaw unclenched, hands open, ink drying. Tomorrow. The first frost will write silver on the cabbage, and the children will shriek as if they discovered a new kind of treasure. The winter light will return to the bakehouse like a debt paid gladly. The league will meet under lantern glow and argue about the price of salt. You will prove, again, that argument is how affection eats. And when news rides in from south or court or sea with fire in its saddle, you will do what you've taught yourselves to do in a world that once ended and then kept going. Count first, feed second, answer with the bell, and change only what hurts. The quiet revolt continues. Ropes, bridges, benches, beans, and under it, something wilder, older, simple as water, the certainty that families made, remade, stitched from grief and bread can start new lives after the end of the world, and can keep starting them, as long as there is a bell to call the work, and a bench to rest the tired, and a book to remember why. Asterisk. The first frost does exactly what it promised slaces, the cabbage with silver. Teaches every child the doctrine of breath makes bread taste like a story someone finally wrote down. Winter light returns as if it were a saint's day on the calendar you invented. Dusk, candles, bone tablets, ink that behaves if you ask it kindly. The bell, satisfied with its autumn's honest work, settles into the slower patterns market, noon water, teaching hour. In the space the harvest left, another rhythm rises, the turning of pages, the click of beans, the soft thud of a new bench under old grief, and then somebody tries to light that bench on fire. Not with flame though, that comes later, but with paper. A new writ arrives, rolled tighter than a fist, waxed in red so glossy it looks like a bruise pretending to be a jewel. The steward cracks it, reads it twice, and whistles through his teeth in a way you've only ever heard when a pig refuses a gate. By order of the King's Council and at petition of certain lords aggrieved, the League of Bells is to cease the unlawful collection and allocation of commons, deliver up its ledgers for inspection, and submit names of those presuming to act as officers. The language smells of polished floors and minds that have never watched a bucket freeze while a baby coughs. You do the thing you taught yourselves to do when fear arrives wearing boots. You set a table, the bakehouse clears, the benches fill, the household book takes the honored place between salt and press. The charter hangs above like a spine. Agnes is gone, but her staff leans in the corner as if it stayed behind to supervise. The priest reads the writ aloud, making no faces, which is how you know he intends to win. May sets 3 pages beside it. What we collect bread, time, cents. What we allocate bridges, masks, apprenticeships, lantern oil, who acts as officers, everyone under oath of each other. Ross, who understands that law is rope and the problem is always friction, lays for bell cords across the table, homespun, two-seal, crown token thong, and a new one dyed a stern, uncompromising black. We don't have to hang anyone with these, she says. Just show that we know which end is which. You invite the sheriff on purpose. He arrives looking like a man who slept in a question. He lays his palm on the bench Agnes ordered you to build and says, without preface, they've given me orders to seize your books or burn them if you refuse. He waits while the room swallows that sentence. Then he adds, like a man telling you where the ford is after pointing at the flood. They've also given me no extra men, no wagons, and no ink to replace what I set alight. So, Hugh says lightly, they intend to frighten us into doing their chores. The sheriff almost smiles. They intend to see if fear still works better than arithmetic. I told them it doesn't, but they think I've gone soft in the head and rural in the heart. Good, May says. Soft heads make bad sums. You don't hand over the household book, you open it. There, under lantern light warm as kindness. You show the sheriff and, because you sent messengers and soup-to clerks from neighboring manors, everything. Not rhetoric, entries. On storms, cover first, count later. On quarrels, timetable for silence. On apprentices, bread, not beatings. On sickness, cloth, vinegar, quiet, masks. The black ledger names and moles, amended where men amended themselves. The grain graphs the collector carried to court. The field math the children made into a game. The charter. The sheriff reads as if he is eating, which, in a real way, he is. The clerks, who came prepared to be amused, stop chuckling and start tracing lines with clean fingers. Here the steward says, tapping a page so often his nail leaves a polished half-moon. We send numbers before we send boys. This isn't insolence. It's a promise to stop acting like our sons are cheaper than our cents. He looks at the sheriff. Will you carry that sentence back with the writ? I'd like to see it ride on a good horse for once. The sheriff nods. I'll carry it, he says, and I'll speak it as if I thought of it. Because voices like mine get heard faster by men who dress like that, wax. No one takes offense. The priest blesses the plan without holy water. Baptize the words in your accent, he says. Let them listen for once to someone who can read a weather vane and a ledger. While the ink dries on your reply, you do what you know. Multiply the risk. You copy May's portable press, clacks and sighs. Dusk readers turn into dusk printers. Children stand on stools like larks on fence posts, laying clean sheets like snow. You make 5 household book, smudged with onion and courage and pack them with travelers under the old 2-seal promise. If one is taken, another remembers in the 2nd week of winter. Fire comes for real. It begins as carelessness always, the most faithful arsonist. A drunk lantern knocker in the lane, brittle thatch, a wind that has opinions. The bell rings long, short, long not, a pattern you wrote down. Just the sound a rope makes when someone yanks it with panic. The square fills with people already carrying buckets because your noon water bell trained them like saints. You fight like a village that practices ladders already at the green. Hooks already on the nails by the forge. The quiet bell tied to muffle panic. The sheriff arrives with 2 men and a blanket, not a sword. The clerks carry pails and take orders. Hugh sings the hauling rhythm that doubles the speed of tired arms. Ross and 3 girls crawl the thatch like cats with claws of iron. They cut a line the fire refuses to cross. The flames lose interest. The roof sulks. The wet wood hisses like a liar caught in court. The bench smoulders and survives. The household book sleeps behind a wall where someone moved it without asking in the aftersmoke. You count damage by vacancy avoided. No one died. 1 roof thinned. 3 singed egos. For new a plan tested. The bell rope wet and proud. You chalk a winterlight lesson on the bakehouse board the next day. Plan like a pessimist. Ring like an optimist. Carry like both. Fire leaves something behind. Visitors, not soldiers. Neighbors, summoned by smoke and rumor. They arrive from the next valley to see whether your league was a pretty story or a working engine. You don't give them a tour. You put them to work. Stacking, measuring, writing names. They catch on faster than you expect and slower than you need. Both prue, both fine. At dusk, when the worst is over, one of their headman clears his throat in the way of men who think clearing their throat is a form of apology. We've a church and a mill, he says, but no charter and no book. We've boys we don't want to send and numbers we don't know how to speak. You set another table. Winter light expands. A second longboard goes up. The bone tablets multiply like rabbits who learned to conjugate. Bring your stubborn sums, Ross says, and your Lord's letters. The ferryman's successor, who hates books with a holy hate, shows the valley men how to set a ledger without worshipping it. The priest confesses his error's early mistakes in vinegar ratios. A sermon that scared someone into hiding when they needed light. The day he let a steward shame a girl out of an apprenticeship because he didn't like the idea of a woman with a hammer. We amend, he says. Write that on your first page where you can't forget it. The writ's reply returns, riding the sheriff's better horse. It contains no praise, no surrender, no apology. It contains a hedger corridor if you choose to use it. Pending further consideration, the League may continue its parish duties, provided its ledgers are made legible to those of appropriate office, and no levies are raised in the League's name. The clerk's hand, you now recognize the one who learned to put pending ahead of no, because he met your numbers, has written a note in the margin. Unofficial, unsealed. If you keep feeding your neighbors, it will be harder to burn you, as you feed your neighbors. A sickness, not the old one. A cousin who borrowed its coat comes down out of wet weather and too many boots moving between fairs. Fever that spikes and falls, cough that bites, a rash that quarrels with the skin and then apologizes. You do not panic. You move the pest hut into its winter post. The leather masks come out, clearer than rumor. The midnight lantern at the edge of the green becomes a drop point. Food, notes, songs on paper. Those little mites off-cut letters children slip into packets like saints' bones. The quiet bell owns noon. The priest updates on sickness with 2 new lines. Err often. Eat when you can taste. If you can't taste, sniff vinegar and pretend. Children laugh and comply. The sheriff, already converted to the gospel of soap, carries lie like a deacon with the chalice. You lose 3 elders you expected to keep longer. You keep 7 children you were afraid to count too soon. You print on gratitude for ordinary breath and paste it where people stand to whisper. Winter light grows, teeth and wings. A girl who began the year, unable to write her name, leads a reading of the Charter in a house marked with a white cloth, so the fevered father can hear something that isn't a cough. A boy who came home from the southern trouble with a look like a locked chest starts a fire brigade that drills in silence and works like muscle memory. The three-woman household runs loneless loans. A crock labeled take. A crock labeled replace. A rule that says what you put back must be something you made, not something you begged. It works for the same reason bridges work. Tension held honestly between two banks. May's cheap paper proves itself like a good knife cuts what you mean it to, dulls only against bone. Children produce wall charts. You never would have thought to request how to ask for help without dying of pride. How to say no to a sheriff revised, weights and measures made friendly with pictures for hue. The bell patterns drawn by a left-handed child which helps somehow everyone. The steward adopts a new habit Agnes would have approved, reading in public. He sits under the lantern post with a ledger and a cup and speaks numbers aloud. People argue with him, which is how you know the numbers will survive winter. Trouble shifts its shape one more. Time, a travelling brother, the same order as the mercy usurers. Different face arrives, peddling official tokens blessed by a bishop for safe passage during sickness. He quotes Latin to make the leather shine. He prices them like absolution. People buy because the fear under the rationed courage still has a purse. You test the tokens, hold them, smell them, see if the bell knows them. It doesn't. You add a line to on-black ledgering with charity, write down names, offer soup. If he stays to eat, he's a neighbor. If he sells and runs, write smaller and firmer, the brother stays to eat. He admits the bishop's seal is old and travels better than his sermons. You trade him 12 tokens for 12 masks. He leaves with bread and a song and no new debtors. Compromise, like vinegar, stings and cleans at once. At the hinge of winter, a storm tries to teach you humility. It fails, or rather, it teaches and you remain standing. Snow enough to erase hedges. Ice that turns the bell rope into a churchman's frozen stole. Wind that should have been named 2 saints ago and wasn't because the bishop hasn't asked you to write the calendar yet. The bridge groans. The lanterns shudder. The priest's hands crack. You do not pray for a miracle. You shovel. Waymarks those oak posts the children painted keep men from walking into the ditch that looks like a road, which is to say they save lives with paint and pitch. The ferryman's successor takes a rope across the ford and ties it high, so anyone who must cross can put a wrist through and become a bead on a string instead of a name in a spring thaw story. Winter light becomes morning light for a week less poetry, more maps. Children copied the roads they can't see onto paper and thereby see them. When the sky finally remembers to be less dramatic, the bridge stands, the lanterns sulk, and someone, the sheriff, probably tucks a copy of How to Name Weather in Useful Words under the Lord Sun's door. It says, "Today is a danger day. Tomorrow will be a work day. Wednesday will be a counting day. Plan soup accordingly. Soup is your other religion now. It keeps peace better than edicts. It fills holes the writs make in morale. It is the only correct payment for strangers who carry letters, and the right answer to the question, what do we do with him? When a man you'd rather punch lands in the pest hut, coughing courage. You make a note in the book, not because you didn't already know it, but because knowledge published is knowledge kept. Do not argue with people who have not eaten. Feed first, reason second, and then, when the worst of cold softens, when the eaves begin to weep like guilt turning to repentance. When you can smell the river before you see it. A letter arrives without wax, without seal, with only a line at the top that looks like a bow drawn but not released. It is from the clerk whose margins have saved you and annoyed his betters. The council will not admit it, it says, but your ledgers have entered the room where decisions happen. Keep sending them, especially the ones you think are too dull to matter. Dull is persuasive. Our enemies in this are weariness and spectacle, both of which make fools of us. Below, in a hand that clearly belongs to someone who barks at people and makes them enjoy it. Another sentence. The thing you built will outlast all of us if you keep teaching children to paste paper to doors. No signature. Only a tiny, carefully drawn bell. You pin the letter beside the charter on the bakehouse beam. The children touch the bell, drawing like a promise. Hugh writes a song that doesn't rhyme counsel with winsel, because nothing does, and says so in the lyrics. Everyone laughs anyway. The priest stands under the beam and lifts his hands, not a blessing, exactly. A framing. Fire came, he says. Paper came. Storm came. We kept the rope. We kept the road. We kept the book. He looks at the bench. We kept her. What remains is work. It is always work. You mend roofs. Repair a bell wheel that ate too much ice. Sharpen the press knife. Copy another charter for a parish you've never visited but already call ours. The sheriff takes a seat on the bench often enough that his horse knows to nap. The steward learns to say I was wrong, like a craftsman learns a new grip. The ferryman's successor sends the rope trick to 3 other fords with instructions and a joke. If you fall in holding this, you owe me a song when I fish you out. The last snow writes a paragraph across the green and melts while you read it. Children run where it receded and leave their names in slush. A roster of the next league of bells, written in wet and joy. Winter light closes its session with a feast that looks like an answer. Bread, charts, masks drying by the oven. Ledgers open, 2 tokens on every thong, lantern wicks trimmed. A girl printing on bridges in a hand that will one day draw buildings. A boy teaching a left-handed child to cut quills that won't spit. The priest asleep in a chair for the first time in a month with his beak mask, hanging like an unneeded threat. When you step outside, the air has that unbelievable smell the first thaw carries earth thinking aloud about seed. The road doesn't wait for you to decide. It hums. The bell doesn't ask if you're ready. It remembers you are. The charter on the beam creaks a little in the draft, and you realize why the writ failed to frighten you in the end. Paper can only burn once, but words written into hands and habits burn all winter long and make light no storm can unmake. Tomorrow, spring asks for its due. You will give it gladly, and in return it will give you more work than you think you can hold, which is the only fair bargain between the living and the seasons that insist on loving them. You draw the first furrow with the same prayer you whispered last year and will not say out loud, because you don't want to confuse the children about where miracles come from. Keep us worthy of what we've already survived. Asterisk. Spring arrives like a debt paid in full, no interest, just abundance. The thaw lets go with a sigh you feel in your ankles. Water remembers its proper lanes. The first furrow lifts a scent of dark sweetness that makes even the sherbet-mouthed boys stop and breathe. Lantern posts trade their winter soot for spider silk. The bridge takes on the blessed invisibility of a tool doing its job. Carts roll, hooves clop. Nobody looks up to say thank you, except when they do, and it's with a pat to the rail. The way you'd pat a horse who saved you twice. This is the year your village names itself without asking permission. Not a new name, a truer one. The league's board went crowded with warnings, and tallies gets a fresh slate for names. We use when we mean us. Children chalk them like spells. Bells, bench, bridge, book, bread, rope, road. Someone adds hands and underlines it until the chalk snaps. Hands are what change next. You've had apprenticeships since the winter you wrote bread. Not beatings into the household book. But this spring, the hunger to make rises like sap. It begins with a quarrel you're secretly grateful for. A guildsman from the city tanners, sash pristine, seal heavy as a conscience arrives, to collect the rightful dues of the craft from your shop and 3 others in the league. He's not rude. He's what the city shapes. A man who has only ever walked on streets someone else swept. I'm not here to break you, he says, standing in your doorway like a parable. I'm here to make sure your leather meets the mark. My mark meets the leather, you answer. And Ross coughs into her fist because she knows that sentence will end up on a pamphlet before dusk. The guildsman invites you to join under an oath you can't swallow. You invite him to watch how you teach hands on hides. Mistakes welcomed like cousins who drink too much. The bench by the door where anyone can sit and learn the difference between a nick that ruins a strap and a nick that disappears when you pull the edge back to itself. He watches, frowns, and says, finally, there's a mark in what you're doing, I'll admit. But who keeps it? You point at the shelf where the household book lives between salt and press. We do, you say, by writing it down where we can't lie to ourselves. He leaves without joining you and without extracting dues, which counts as a victory in the only court you trust, the one that measures outcomes against work. But he seeds an idea you pretend wasn't his when you post it later. If they won't take our oath, we'll make one they'll wish they had. The league calls for a handfairer market of skills, not just goods. Bring 2 things. May writes on cheap paper that already smells like history. What you make, how you make it. The square fills with benches dragged from workshops and kitchens until it looks like a settlement of stools. The bakehouse throws open its door and the oven breathes bread as if it were proud of you. The priest declares the day a holy one, because God loves watching people teach each other. You learn the ache and the pleasure of turning your hands inside out for strangers. The smith lifts a boy's wrist and guides it through a curve that saves 3 hammer blows and a tendon. The weaver sets a shuttle in a girl's palm and shows her the trick that turns crossing threads into cloth that doesn't tire. Ross teaches a rope stitch that refuses to betray you in rain. Hugh proves that even songs have techniques how to set a chorus so farmhands with shy voices can carry it home alive. The ferryman's successor shows a knot you can tie with numb fingers because the river doesn't care if you're cold. A midwife shows how to fold a blanket so a baby's first breath finds warmth without suffocation. Half the square cries and pretends it's the smoke. You swear a new oath at noon, not to a guild, but to each other. You don't make it grand. Grand oaths bend under weather. You make it human-sized and daily. I will keep my measure honest and my temper held. I will share the trick that saved my hand. I will turn apprentices into neighbors, not property. I will not call secrecy craft if it's only fear. I will put my mark where my work can be checked by those who use it. If I break this, I will fix it in public. You stamp the oath with the bell. the city guildsman, who lingered in the back as if the air might catch him out, watches with a face that stays city and turns human. He doesn't join. He leaves without scoffing. That's a beginning. Hands demand measures. You have measures cups, rods, the careful thumb rule mothers use when they take your measure for a shirt and pretend not to be proud of how you've grown. But the League decides to stop behaving like measures are a priest's secret. The steward reborn enough to be bored by only numbers builds a weights and measures table on the green. It's literally a table, planed oak, with brass inlays for the common units and pegs to keep standards from walking off in someone's pocket. You hang a sign above it that doesn't mention the Lord because it didn't occur to you to ask. This table holds everyone's truth. Any person can bring a jug and check it. Any buyer can bring a complaint and find the same scale the seller used. The first week, the table is a spectacle. The second, a habit. The third, invisible. That's how you know it's working. It disappears into trust. Measures turn to maps because that's where a mind goes once it believes its cups. The winter light children, now dusk readers with quill calluses and the swagger of people who can fetch the right line from the book, collect the road songs you've been humming and turn them into paper. May shows them how to sketch from the high elm at the edge of the square, how to mark a bend in a hedge that matters when snow erases everything else, how to draw a ford so it looks like the thing you tie the rope to and not like blue paint attempting to be poetry. They paste the map to the bakehouse beam. The sheriff stands under it, hat in hand, and says nothing for a long time. Then, that is the kind of paper a horse respects. You add a visitor's map at the bridge. Water here, food there, pest hut yonder, bench under that lantern, bathhouse behind the tanneries, we have one. Yes, soap is not sin. No, you cannot borrow our masks without leaving a song or a strap or a promise we can find you to collect on. Travelers laugh and leave more than they intended, which is the craft you perfected this year. Hospitality as revenue and religion both, with measures and maps in hand. Buildings stop being accidents that grew around fires and start being choices that shelter weather and songs. A mason from the Acorn Parish, having spent the winter reading your plain account of bridges and arguing with it out loud like a friend, proposes a hall that is not church and not manor room for talk and dispute, market and music, marriages and measures. 4 walls for being human, he says, with a roof that won't sulk. You plan it with the same reckless tenderness you bring to naming a child. The plan floats up and up. The children who drew maps now draw light where windows should live, high enough that no one can reach them with mischief, low enough that the winter sun can lay itself across a page. The smith builds a hinge that won't squeal when someone stands to confess a mistake. Ross designs a bell rope that runs through the hall and out into the square so anyone can ring once when a talk sours and you need to reset. You write that into the house rules. 1 ring, everyone breathes. 2 rings, take it outside. 3 rings, hug or go home. The priest blesses the foundation with mortar in his hands instead of water, because he's learned with you where salvation hides. While the walls rise, water asks for its due. A mother says, "Not in my lifetime do I want to haul barrels like a penitent," and everyone nods like their shoulders learned this sermon before their brains knew the verse. A millwright passing through shows a chain of buckets that circumnavigates a wheel, lifting water like someone who doesn't mind the work. The steward turns it into a drawing and the smith into iron. Two lads fall in love with engineering on the spot, which is to say, they stand with their mouths open and forget to eat while the first bucket goes up and doesn't spill. You write on lifting water without lifting backs and paste it at eye height for skeptics. Asterisk, the bathhouse, stuck modest. Undeniably, lads a line to your ledger that makes old men snort and then read twice. Clean is cheaper than pious. You keep the priest from striking it out by quoting him to himself. Mercy is math. He rolls his eyes and marks the line with a tiny cross that everyone chooses to read as blessing. The press learns new tricks. May carves a little rectangle and shows you a magic you would have called sorcery 3 winters ago. Reusable type in the shapes you use, Mosbel. Bread, water, bridge, mask, measure, both. Children set both on everything until it becomes a game to use it correctly. Both becomes an engine of peace. Both teaches a lord's son how to save face without being a tyrant. Both saves a marriage that nearly broke on the question of whether a wife can keep her wages from the tannery. Both means we will have 2 tokens, 2 seals, 2 truths in hand, and a single life that stretches between them without tearing. The bench Agnes asked for produces what she knew it would. Law without papers, neighbor by neighbor. Arguments come to roost. They're like small birds, learning the post. A man who knocked a lantern says, I was wrong, so publicly it turns into a festival. He pays back glass in labor and soup. A boy who stole an egg to see if he could swallow it whole confesses because he wants to be the kind of person who isn't clever at the cost of someone else's breakfast. The sheriff, who can arrest, sits instead and discovers something you've been teaching him without telling him you were. Sometimes the difference between punishment and repair is a bench and a pot of stew. Not every hand behaves. A monopoly man no crest, just coincidles through the league, whispering that he can buy all your surplus wool at a price that sounds like summer and sell it for autumn's thunder. He calls it convenience. You call it famine with a grin. The black ledger writes his name in a careful hand. May prints a one-sheet titled On the Price of Easy and posts it at every stall. The monopoly man moves on like a storm that found a ridge. You name a goat after him, because you're generous. The Lord's son, softened by your arithmetic and hardened by the memory of losing his father, comes to the hall on market day and asks, embarrassingly, if he might use the table to settle a dispute between 2 of his own men. You say yes and nothing more, because victory should never be told it has arrived. He weighs, he measures, he blushes when the table makes a liar of his favorite overseer. Replace him. The sheriff asks, a little too eager. The Lord's son swallows. Teach him, he says finally, which is a sentence that would have sounded like weakness to his father and sounds like governance to you. The overseer looks at the rope on the wall and chooses humility over heat. You record it in the book. On men who change in public, the school no longer only winter light turns into what the children decided it wanted to be every day. Lessons chase work rather than pushing it. Counting happens with beans and also with loaves. Reading happens on the beam and also under a cart someone's fixing. A girl who loves light is given leave to climb the ladder in the new hall at noon and mark where the sun falls each month. She draws the first calendar that matters to you, one that tells you when to plant and also when to check the roof where wind likes to pry. A boy who never met a straight line he didn't want to complicate invents a game with string and nails that explains perspective before anyone knows the Latin word. A painter passing through peaks and says, that's how you make a road run away and still invite the eye to follow. it. Your neighbors keep arriving, not just to be fed after fire, but to learn to keep their own. A parish up valley adopts the bell patterns and adds one you love so much you feel you invented it. Harvest cherubrite, quick peal at dusk, that says, "We did it. Come take what you promised us you'd take. We'll be offended if you're shy." You adopt it with the giddy greed of people who have learned that envy is less useful than imitation. In return, you send them your quiet belver twine on the clapper for panic days. Between you, crumbs of sovereignty pass back and forth until the loaf looks like a map. The doctor from the port arrives to swap masks for leather and a place at the bench. He shows the priest how to boil rags without turning them into angel hair. He brings spectacles to pairs only. Each a miracle and leaves them in the hall with a rule that makes everyone laugh and then obey. Take for reading, leave for pride. Women try them on and cry. Men try them on and pretend not to. Children put them on upside down and swear the world looks different in a way they prefer. You add on eyes to the book. Do not ask old people to pretend they are not squinting. Give them glass and respect. You also meet limits a harvest that refuses to follow your map of rains. A litter of pigs that arrives too small, a heart that stops in a woman who deserved another decade. The hall proves itself a grief house as well as a talk house. The bench holds more weight than pine is rated for. You slide a stone under it the way you slide a second truth under the first. You write on strengthening beams people, benches, plans, and because no year is allowed to pass without testing the oath you swore. An officer arrives with a face like a chalk line and a voice like whetted steel. He demands to see the original household book, not a twin, not a printed dupe, not a clerk's margin. He says original like he thinks it's a trapdoor he can drop you through to watch you scramble in a pit. You do something nobody in the square expects because you barely expected it yourself. You hand him the book, not because you trust him, because you trust you. You don't let it out of the hall. He sits at the table under the sign that says, "This table holds everyone's truth," and licks his finger before turning pages as if he were about to eat you one line at a time. He pauses at "We send numbers before we send boys." He reads on leaving and glances at the staff in the corner, and just for a heartbeat, a human being leans out from behind his officer. He spends an hour trying to find where you hid your treason and leaves with ink on his cuffs and a copy of On Lifting Water he confiscates because it is practical. At the bridge he stops, clears his throat apology in the old dialect of Powerand, says to the sheriff, "Not to you, we would do better if more tables like that existed." The sheriff replies, "Then stop trying to burn them." When summer climbs the ladder, the hall is finished. The first celebration is not a wedding or a decree. It's a reading the charter, the oath of hands. The names of the first apprentices who will stand before neighbors and be welcomed to a craft without fear. The bell rings once. Everyone breathes. Not as ceremony a habit. Hugh sings a tune with a stride in it. May prints a small card for the door that reads, "Use this room." It improves with wear. The priest puts his palm on the threshold and says the only prayer you need. Keep us large enough for the truth and small enough for the work. At dusk, the children chalk the floor with games that are really geometry and neighborliness. A girl draws a spiral that ends exactly under the center beam. A boy writes both in the corner where light and shadow keep company. Someone no one will admit, it ties a ribbon to the bell rope the way people tie hope to. Things that hold. You close the day the way. You've closed every day since the plague. taught you endings are just places stories change, close. With bread and an argument, you don't have to win to love each other. With a tally you read aloud so numbers hear their names. With a bench that warms under the weight of faces you'd fight for. With a book that smells of onions and smoke and the exacting, ordinary miracle of a community teaching itself how to keep going. Tomorrow will send the next test. It always does. A drought, a bishop with a clever mouth, a fair that sucks coin like a hungry tide, a rumor that someone wants to dam the river upstream because they saw your lights and mistook your keeping for hoarding. You will meet each with the two tools you can now fashion in your sleep, hands and measures. You will build, count, feed, print, argue, teach, and when necessary stand so still the wind will go around you and find some easier prey. For tonight, the hall holds warmth like a secret shared and kept. The map on the beam says here, with such conviction you believe it. The bell rope, not under your palm, lifts when a child jumps to catch it and rings just once resetted. Everyone laughs and breathes like a promise. You write the last line of the day into the household book because it deserves ink. We are a village that made itself after ending, and we will keep making. Because making is how we remember we are alive. Asterisk, the hall smells like heat and ink and something green rushes, newly laid, crushed under the shuffle of feet that know where they're going. Morning comes through the east windows like a promise you didn't dare write down. The bell rope wears a new ribbon because last night a child learned to tie a bow that will hold during laughter. The household book rests on the table between salt and press, fat with pages that should sag and don't, as if the binding learned stubbornness from you. Today isn't a market day or a muster day or even winter light. It is something you don't have a word for yet, so you borrow 3: bench, bridge, birthright. It starts small. It always does. A letter arrives without seal, folded inside a scrap of linen, printed with the word both. The hand is careful, like someone practicing honesty with a quill. I am Tom, son of nobody important, it reads, and I heard your bell from the other valley. We want what you have, but not your permission, only your instructions. If we come for 3 days, will you send us home with a thing that works? The steward laughs until he doesn't. The priest says, yes, because the gospel of useful refuses to stay politely inside one parish. May prints a notice and pins it to the beam. Bring your hands. Leave your pride. It takes 3 days to learn a trick and a lifetime to teach it, so start now. They come, not in a flood. A braid, a mason with wrists like thoughtful stones, a brewer who learned to count hops and wants to count debt with the same rigor, 2 women from a fishing town that smells the way 10 honest suppers do, carrying rope like silver and asking whether your maps can become tide charts. A boy with a face like a window open to weather hope, fear, hunger, patience who says his village's bell broke during a storm 6 summers ago and no one knows how to rehang it. You do not hold a ceremony. You hold a weekday, one is always hands. You split them among shops and kitchens and fields and benches. The boy goes to Ross, which is to say, he goes to a woman who will teach him 12 ways to make a knot fail in safety so it will never betray him in danger. The mason stands under the hall's center beam and counts out loud, fingers tapping the wood like a drummer testing a skin. The fishermen sewed their rope to your road and discover you all speak a dialect of tension you did not know was a language until you heard it answered. Day 2 is measures. The weights and measures table groans pleasantly under jugs and loaves and egos. A cartwright from Upridge insists his yard is the yard because his father said so. The table sets him right, and he sulks like a boy for half an hour, and then laughs like a man, and offers to plane the table's edge for his sins. Children carry beans in bowls, with the seriousness of acolytes. The steward reads numbers aloud until the squares around the hall ring like a song you didn't know had a chorus. Here is the weight we share. Here is the cup that won't lie. Here is the way we stop stealing from the future by mistake. Day 3 is paper. May turns apprentices into printers and printers into evangelists. Tom, son of nobody important, sets the word here and watches it multiply like bread under a clean cloth. He takes a sheet to the hall door, and this is how you know he belongs to the same stubborn tribe you do tapes it beside the map. So people know where they are before they ask, he says. He prints both for his belt thong so his crown token and your leather token can learn to share. He prints on benches and on quarrels and on drinking water, without shame, and asks for permission to steal your law against beating apprentices. Permission. Ross snorts. It's theft if you don't steal it. Go. That night, the visitors sit on the bench Agnes demanded and make what you had hoped for and feared to require. Promises that did not need your blessing to be binding. Tom swears he'll build a table and put it in the square, not the church. The mason swears to write a page called On Stones where people speak and send it back. The fishers swear to carve your quiet bell into a whistle they can use in fog and bring it when the river decides it wants to. Pretend it is the morning of the 4th day. They leave with things you can count, charts, copies, chords. A stamp of an acorn for the boy who blushed when you asked him to pick a markhand with things you cannot. A posture, a set of habits, a suspicion that the world wants to be better organized than men who wear wax sealed their letters have allowed while they go. Others arrive. They don't all come on roads. News filters through children faster than it rides in on horses. A girl draws the hall floor on a slate and hands it to a peddler with instructions to show them the angles when you get there. A boy straps a copy of Unlifting Water, without backs to an actual bucket, and sends it with a wool merchant under the oaths of 2 seals and a promise of 3 pies the next time he passes through. A travelling doctor sends back fishkin stitched into a glove and a note for burns. Learned it from people who listen to water. Your book told me to confess when others are smarter. I confess, they are. It would be enough to tend the flow, to keep building and measuring and hosting. But the world beyond your hedges refuses to leave you alone for long. A bishop writes a letter in a hand like thorns. Submit your household book to ecclesiastical inspection or face interdict. He sends it by a priest with a soft voice and a hard jaw, who looks like a man practicing kindness and failing at it the way some men practice swordplay, and fail at it after losing a hand. You set a table. You place the book on it. You do not slide it across. The bell rings reset once, and everyone breathes, the bishop's man included, though he pretends otherwise. Interdict, May says, tasting the word. You would starve us of sacraments if we feed each other without your rule. We would keep you safe, he replies, and his voice slides on safe like a cartwheel on ice. From what? The sheriff asks, not unkindly, from yourselves. He says it like a sorrow, not a threat, which is worse. The priest you will never stop being surprised that he is yours lays his palm on the beam. Brother, he says, this book kept more people alive in winter than any incense I swung. If you must carry something away to look holy, carry a copy. If you must threaten us, threaten me. If you must choose between power and mercy, choose mercy, and I'll help you write the letter to your bishop that says so. The man stares at the rope with the ribbon. He stares at the bench with the notches. He stares at the weights and measures table, and the way it shrugs off lies with the indifference of oak. What you have done, he says finally, has made some lords complain that they can no longer scare their peasants into virtue. Good, Ross says. He doesn't laugh. He does, however, take the copy, fold it, and tuck it into his robe, like a man smuggling warm bread out of a feast. You expect a war and get a shrug 3 weeks later, pending further consideration. Your clerk in the city has been busy. So has your god. Season tilts. The hall's windows remember how to hold onto heat. The bathhouse steams like a sin you will not repent. The fairy rope sings when the river fattens. The doctor returns with spectacles that multiply truth and a bag of needles that make your wives laugh like conspirators, because they sew faster than gossip. The Lord's Son sends a jar of honey and a note that says, "Your table conquered my steward. I'm sending you his nephew to be made better than he was." You put the jar on the bench and let everyone take a spoon. It tastes like wildflowers teaching discipline. The League convenes 12 parishes now, then 14 before the year is out. Then a stubborn cluster of 3 who call themselves watching, and you decide not to press. People arrive with reports instead of complaints. A miracle you add to the household book under on choosing which things to carry. Bridges held. Roads need gravel. Lantern oil low. A theft caught and repaired. A new forge where a woman leads, and no one in her valley can decide which is more unsettling to them, her competence or their delight in it. A fever in the next county that coughs louder than it kills. You send vinegar and paper and a song that tells people when it's time to open windows without arguing. Asterisk then. A visitor who may be the strangest of all because he's not strange. A man in a decent cloak with a decent horse and an acknowledged limit in his face. He is the king's reader of returns, which is to say, he counts coin and mischief and tries to make one more predictable than the other. He sits at your weights and measures table like it's a friend he's embarrassed to have ignored for years. "I have orders to tell you to stop," he says, not looking at you because looking would make the lie too heavy to lift. "I also have sense. The truth is, we are reading your numbers and pretending we discovered them." "Take them," the steward says. "But don't pretend. Pretending breaks what it borrows." The man nods. "We have discovered an odd thing," he says. "Villagers with tables like yours pay more, complain less, and send fewer boys who come home angry enough to ruin roads." He smiles, crooked. "In court we call that efficiency. In villages we will now call it mercy." He sets a small package on the table with a gravity that makes you all stand straighter. It's a Beltini bronze, a toy except you know better. On its flank, "Thank you," in letters so tidy May chuckles and says, "City hands." He clears his throat, suddenly shy. "I'm supposed to say it stood in a chapel that flooded and wanted to work again. My daughter asked me to put it somewhere it would be rung for the right reasons. You hang it in the hall's west window, where evening can polish it. Children ring it when someone confesses and repairs, when a stranger shares a recipe that belongs in the book, when a letter arrives from Tom with a sketch of his own, weights and measures, table, and 12 muddy fingerprints belonging to 12 neighbors who swore the hand oath by, pressing their hands into ink and laughing at the stains. News grows a different kind of leg. A cart arrives carrying stones cut into letters. Mason's love letter to a world that reads. He lays them out on the green until words form. Bench, bridge, bread. Both. He leaves KEEP without a partner, and grins when the children supply going from chalk. You tuck keep going into the charter where it didn't know it belonged, and, of course, always did, because history likes to braid grief into the hems of good years. You say goodbye to someone you had quietly decided might outlive the mill. The ferryman's successor dies with his hands still calloused in the shape of an oar, and his mouth shaped around a joke no one hears the end of. You carry him across the ford because how else and ring the tiny hall bell for the first time on purpose. The sound is clean and unbearably kind. The boy who used to count flax threads stands at the river and ties the rope with the knot that turned beads into people. You write on crossing and keep it next to on leaving because the two know each other's footsteps. Asterisk. The children, who are now the age you were when the pest first taught you what ending smells like, begin to play a game that will make some future poet famous or at least happy. Hall or hedges. They take a problem. The miller sells flour that weighs like absent promises, and argue where it belongs. If the problem fits under the whore's roof, it is law. If it sits in the hedges, it is nature. If it straddles the ditch, it becomes a plan. They grow up thinking governance is not a storm you hide from, but a bench you sit on. It is, perhaps, your finest revenge against the century that thought fear made order. In the last autumn, before anyone calls you old, a thing happens you will speak of until your voice goes quiet. A marriage and a reading share the same hour. The couple her, a smith with shoulders that make the anvil flirt. Him, a brewer whose beers taste like discipline with a laugh on top chews to say their vows in the hall under the charter. After the priest has had his say and the bread and salt are shared, they ask for a reading. Not from scripture. From on quarrels. The room laughs and then listens as the steward reads the lines you all wrote in a bad winter with a good pen. When anger rises, ring once and breathe. When pride rises, ring twice and fetch a neighbor. When silence grows heavy, ring 3 times and eat. The couple nods like commanders and kiss like apprentices. Hugh writes a verse on the spot that rhymes right with repair and rare and somehow makes all 3 hold hands without sulking. You go home that night and sit with the book in your lap and feel something you didn't expect in a world that nearly ended, satisfaction without fear. It isn't that danger has left. It's simply that you've built rooms for it to pass through. A bishop can threaten and be answered with a table. A king's man can count and be improved by what he counts. A flood can come and be met by rope. A boy can come saying, son of nobody important, and leave, tied to a sentence that makes the weight of his life slide into place with a sound like a door. Closing against weather, you add 1 last page because that's what you do when you're happy and afraid both. You write so neither has to shout to be heard. On inheritance. Without permission, let the things that saved us be things we hand without asking. Let our mark be not on the coin but on the cup that will not lie. Let the bench teach men who arrive with orders how to sit. Let the bridge remind us every morning that going and staying are both part of keeping. Let the bell rope keep the memory of the hands that tied it, and welcome the hands that will untie it to test if better is possible. Let the book be stolen, often and always found again, because we put it where hunger eats. Let our children claim this as ordinary, so that when the next ending comes, wearing a new coat, they will meet it with soup, sums, and a song that knows where to breathe. You close the book. you blow the candle. The hall gleams faintly across the square like a ship that never meant to sail and somehow carries everyone. The tiny bell in the west window keeps its own watch over the bench, over the rope, over the stubborn word, both that held when lesser words broke. Somewhere, far off, another bell answers in a pattern you don't recognize yet. You smile. Good. Let the world ring things you didn't teach it. That is the point. That is the point in the morning. You will count flour and mend a strap and sharpen a quill and teach a girl to use light to find noon in winter. You will correct a boy gently when he calls the weights and measures table. Ours, and say everyone's. And he will roll his eyes and grin because he knows when you're right. You will walk to the bridge and pat the rail because gratitude becomes a habit that holds you up when sleep doesn't. You will stand in the hall and say here and mean it with every breath. Not because you were given permission to mean it, but because you made a place where meaning itself became a commons. The plague took half your world and more than half your faith in certainty. What it left, what you grew in the cleared space, was a way to be a family larger than blood, a way to start over so thoroughly that starting became the craft you hand to your grandchildren like a knife that keeps an edge despite being used for every single thing that matters. And if someone ever asks you what changed, you will tell them the truth 1,000 pages taught you. We learned to inherit the future from one another, without permission, and to leave it on a bench where anyone could sit and begin. Asterisk.